businesses across verticals are transforming and how digital tech can enable it. The second part is a briefing. The second part is time. And the special panel discussion will take our solution approach to the challenges faced by the industry at the large and how to deal with, and comprises 30,000 plus strong network for C-level executives spread across 4 continents and 30 countries. Founded in 2012, GEC Media Group is a media and research company and publisher of magazines including.
A very good morning to everybody present here today. Thank you so much for taking out the time. I think Deepika, not Bansal, Sandeep Sibal, not to mention, it's okay. Just about everything that I would have wanted to share, frankly. So thank you, Deepika, for that. What I would like to say is, many of you have traveled from different places within the country. Many of you are here today from Delhi NCR region. I really deeply thank you all for being present here. And at the same time, I would like to invite on stage with a very warm welcome to my good friend Ronak Samantre, also the CEO of GEC Media Group headquarters.
May I request Mr. Ronak Samantre, CEO GEC Media Group, to present our souvenir to our guest of honor, author, technocrat and policymaker, Mr. Vineet Goenka, who is also a member of the Governing Council at CRIS.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Yes, GEC Media Group to present a souvenir to our guest of honor, Dr. Sandeep Marwa, founder Noida Film City, President Marwa Studios and Chancellor AAFT University.
Thank you very much.
I think after this we'll put the video, right?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sibal.
Ronak, before we go ahead, I thought, how about we put a little audio video and let everybody see a glimpse of the entire journey.
Sure.
What do you think?
Yeah, I think that would be great.
AV team, can we put on?
Truth. Those who fail to adapt and change go extinct. A reality that goes farther is that those who fail to coexist go extinct too. The DNA of Global Enterprise Connect finds its root in this reality. Evolving from the traditional role of a media, GEC Media Group found its passion in not being a witness to what's happening in the industry, but to walk hand in hand industry and bring our products and solutions that address the needs of the hour. Pivotal step in establishing a strong foothold in the region. Catering to the demands of a diverse readership, the magazine portfolio steadily expanded to other domains in various publications like Cyber Sentinels, The Titans, Infra Insights, Geelong Future IT Summit, bringing the region under one umbrella to discuss the impact of technology on the country landscape and scrutinize this of the regional organizations. GEC Media also introduced Catalyst Awards, the first of its kind award ceremony in the IT world, with the vision of celebrating the success of those individual trailblazers in the industry who have been uplifting the brand and reputation of their respective organizations in the market and truly acting as catalysts in the era. Many thought-provoking events later joined the bandwagon of success. Amongst this, GEC Open was a never-seen-before initiative by a media house for rekindling the passion for sports and humanity. GEC Open was GEC Media Group's magnum opus that was established with the vision to feel human while being human, to feel good whilst doing good, and swing local and connect global. After its successful beginning in Dubai in 2014, and now to 40 different countries, connecting 3,000 plus C-level suite executives, making it the most celebrated corporate golfing tournament in the world. As the industry became more, customers increasingly became the center of all experience. There arose a dire need for a single platform, a single voice on issues faced, and build a vendor-neutral community for safe exchange of ideas and best practices. During the World CIO 200 Summit, GEC Media Forum, a nonprofit community of CIOs and IT leaders, whose mission it is to facilitate networking, sharing of best practices and executive development, and to collaborate on issues faced by the CIOs. This was further propelled by the first anniversary of Titans, where GEC Media's CIO network crossed 1,000 plus with CIOs and IT directors from various yearbook that celebrates the success of the world top 200 CIOs of the digital world and their projects. Celebrating this and marking the first anniversary of the Global CIO Forum, the World CIO 200 Summit this year will be culminating in the UAE after touring 3 continents, 14 regional players, a place where the diverse IT industry will become one. GEC Media Group is walking towards a singular vision to be the one voice, one industry. The GEC Vision 2023 aims to relive and reaffirm the commitment to the industry in providing a never-seen-before platform for the entire business and technology ecosystem to thrive and work in a one-stop environment. Together, we succeed.
I think we should have a round of applause for what we all just saw. I think this is fantastic, and I think we were all able to get a little bit of an insight what GEC Media, the relationship, the involvement, the passion, the emotion, and there's a lot more than that. And I think no better person than Ronak to come up on stage, also address and share his welcome note, and give that deep dive insight to what the future holds for all of us. Please.
So once again, a very, very warm welcome to each one of you who is present here, and people who are seeing on a live. Applause to each one of you. And again, before we move forward, definitely I would ITs, and most of the people are flying in, and it was a completely physically, and it's just over a span of 8 to 9 years. And in terms of the product line as well, yes, we started with an IT publication. I'm sure you guys are aware about the, I guess Mr. Sibal, right? Yeah. So that would be revealed as well. And as a media house, it's always been our effort to make sure that how to bring the entire IT ecosystem under one umbrella, and how to have one voice. So which we feel as a media is very, very important, which is some kind of missing link. So yes, so that after all these countries, we think, especially in terms of the digital transformation which is happening, and to each one of you, like I still remember that this morning when I was having a chat with a gentleman from Ahmedabad, if I'm not wrong, I met this morning, and he was saying that like we were heavily dependent on China, and this pandemic taught us that how even if there's no China, we can still be productive. And actually they have still achieved that number by not importing stuff rather than manufacturing in the home country. So which again bring us to the same point, that how IT is changing in every single day, and it's been changing very fast. But yes, today I'm sure we have some great keynotes speaking, and we have a great, I think 3 panel discussions which will be happening, which is again would be setting up the trend. And then last but not the least, of course, we have the CIO awards, so which is very, very important. I think this is just one last leg before we summarize everything for our grand finale, which will be in UAE on 5th and 6th of December. So the top CIOs who will be selected will be flying in from 39 plus countries, and we'll be hosting that on 5th and 6th, and they'll be our guest. And I'm sure like few of them has already attended in 2019, which was a great affair, I believe. And it is not a typical conference where you really let loose yourself, so which is always good. So again, and thanks to the sponsor who have been like any event or any company is halfway there apart from the sponsor. So that's been really great sponsor who've been supported throughout the journey. And in India, if I have to be very, very specific, like we would definitely need your support, and I have no shame in that, we believe in working together, and definitely we will be approaching you pretty often in 2022 because we have a big plans on that. And in terms of the editorial, in terms of the industry experts, thought leadership and all that. So thank you once again, and hope we have a great day today. And I have to mention about Deepika as well. She was a little nervous on the beginning, but when we are having a rehearsal yesterday, she was a little nervous, but I think she's doing a great job. So let's have a great round of applause for her. Okay. Thank you guys.
Thank you so much, sir. May I request Mr. Ronak Samantre and Arun Shankar to take their seats on the stage? May I now request our guests to take their seats on the stage, Mr. Vineet Goenka and Sandeep Marwa. Sir, please take your seat. Yeah. Over to you, Ronak, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, so I think before I move on, I think Mr. Arun, who is on my left, and towards your right, who is our chief editor for the Middle East market, who handles the enterprise channel, and BT has been his brainchild. I think he should start and give his few words, and then we'll definitely move to the next sides.
Yeah, thank you, Ronak. So on behalf of myself and let's say the content team and everybody in the industry, we welcome all your delegates here. We will have some very interesting announcements very shortly. But from my side, let's get the session going, and let's get all the keynote speakers and the guests of honor speaking, right?
Yeah, good morning, everyone. What a pleasure to be here this morning with all of you on the inauguration of CEO 200 Summit. I'm feeling so elevated being here, and I'm charged with new energy, actually. I heard about it in UAE, but I'm very happy that Sandeep Sibal has tried his level best, and now the D-Day has come when he has brought this summit to India. But let me extend my heartiest congratulations to Sandeep Sibal. Let's give a big hand to Sandeep Sibal. I'm very happy. I belong to media and entertainment industry, and probably I've been asked today to speak on media and entertainment industry, and I've got a lot to speak on media and entertainment industry. That's my bread and butter, that's my passion, that's my love, and I would love to speak about it. And I think people should know about media and entertainment industry, especially in India. Everyone, I mean, nobody is spared who can say that I am not connected to M&E. because life has become so boring otherwise if you are not a part and parcel of media and entertainment industry, even as a customer, even as a viewer, even as a listener. Well, when I will be asked to speak, probably that time I'll start in a different way. Thank you.
Internationally acclaimed, Mr. Sandeep Marwa is an incredible name in the world of creative arts. With 7 world records in his kitty, he stands distinct as the founder of Noida Film City and creator of Marwa Studios. He is the designer behind the Academy of Film and Television, which is one of the 10 best schools in the world. Producer of the largest number of short films in the world, he has also been associated with countless feature films, television programs, and training films. Over to you, sir. I want you to say something more.
Tell me how many minutes I have. Very important. Well, once again, good morning, everyone. Let me start with 2 very important lines. कि सभी दिशाओं से शुभ सुंदर भाव विचार भरे नित अंतर पुण्य धरा बन जाए स्वर्ग ये मेरे यत्नों से करुणा कर. Let me explain you the meaning, whether it is north, south, east or west, whether you're in India or abroad, whether you are on the top of the hill or you're standing at a seashore, whether you are in a lush green garden or looking at some colorful flowers or maybe looking at the most beautiful woman on earth. But the fact is there are 2 things which are much more beautiful than what you can see with your naked eyes. And these 2 things are your thinking and your feelings. And the best part is that both the things are right within you. You don't even need eyes for that. On this very auspicious day, let's pray, hey Lord, give me good thinking, give me good feelings so that I can do good deeds. And through my good karmas, I would love to convert this earth into heaven. This is what I believe, and I'm sure you will also believe in the same. Well, the best part is that the whole media and entertainment industry, art, culture, everything is based on these 2 major principles. Think differently, think out of box, think absolutely extraordinary, and anything and everything must contain emotions. And that's how the whole M&E industry, the art and culture plays a very important role, not only in India, but in the whole world. And when it comes to Indian, thanks to internet, that the whole world has become one global village. And the best part is that if you make a sum total of all the businesses of the world, you'll be surprised that the biggest business is the glamour business. When it comes to India, we are the 6th biggest industry in this country. We are now almost touching 1,40,000 crore. Our targets for the next 2 years is 1,80,000 crores. There are about 10 million people who are working in this industry, and another 10 million people we are supporting who are part and parcel of probably hospitality, tourism, electronics, engineering, fashion, design, and so and so. Well, the whole media and entertainment industry contains print, radio, television, cinema, new media, music, now OTT, and then, of course, theme parks, events. That's what all media and entertainment is all about. When I say films, I'm sure you know that India is the largest film producing country in the world. We make something like 2,000 films in 28 official languages. There are about 10,000 theaters in this country, and before pandemic, if I am not wrong, 1.5 crore people watch cinema every day, which is more than the population of Hungary, by the way. So this is the strength of our cinema, and our cinema is exported to almost 162 countries of the world. We sell something like 5 billion tickets in a year, and if I compare to USA, they sell something like 3.5 billion tickets a year. So we are much ahead, much bigger than the Hollywood quantity-wise. And quality-wise, we're improving a lot, and popularity-wise, we are known to the whole world. When I say television, then yes, it's something like 950 channels in this country in almost 30 different languages. And there are another 25 channels in pipeline with Ministry of Information and Broadcasting. So it's a survival of the fittest, and it's a huge competition in the industry. So someone who's going to perform well or deliver well or is more entertaining is going to survive in this country, that's for sure. When I say radio, we have 325 radio stations, which also includes something like 110 community radio stations. And radio has picked up very well, you know it for sure, since our Honorable Prime Minister has started coming on radio with Man Ki Baat. Suddenly radios, they have picked up from last 7 years and they are doing pretty well. When I talk about print, you'll be surprised there are about 40,000 newspapers which are registered with Ministry of Information and Broadcasting, and there are about 4,000 national dailies in almost 40 different languages, 4,000 magazines a month. I'm not talking the changes which which pandemic has brought into the media and entertainment industry. Probably that'll be my last few words. And then print, radio, television and cinema, and the last one is the new media. And I'm so happy that not even one single person who can say that I'm not a part of new media. It all starts with your Facebook, your Instagram and all your social media. Then you'll be surprised that we have 110 crore mobiles in this country, now largest in the world. And out of which 40% of the mobiles are smartphones. They have internet connection and you can see film there, you can click pictures, you can make movies with these phones. So you can well imagine now the size of media and entertainment industry in this country. When it comes to me, I have a small contribution to this whole industry. 1986, I decided to have a film city in North India. I'm happy. 87 I applied, 88 allotted, 91 we started the first professional studio of North India under the name and banner of Marva Studios. Trust me, no looking back. When I started Design Noida Film City, people almost declared me a madman. And they say I'm a crazy, I'm a film buff. But I'm happy today Noida Film City is the fastest growing film city in the world. It's a 100-acre complex, 75 acres outdoor, 25 acres indoor, 16 studios. And out of 16 studios, 350 channels are being broadcast to 162 countries, 24/7. And there are around about 17,000 media professionals who are working in this film city in 3 shifts of 8 hours each. And the cascading effect is that around about 150,000 people, they're earning their bread directly or indirectly because of this film city. And I'm very happy that I could do something for the nation. Well, and when it comes to Marva Studios, it's been now 30 years. We are celebrating 30 years with all your blessings. And in all these 30 years, we have churned out 4,500 television programs for more than 50 channels. We are associated with 5,000 training films, around about 125 feature films. And the best part is that Marva Studios has been a maternity hospital for most of the channels in India, being the first studio of North India, the first private channel of this country, ZTV, Sahara, Mahua, Pragya, ETV, BTV, ITV, Jan TV, all they are born from Marva Studios. And I have played a doctor in that maternity hospital. I'm happy for that. 1993, we got into film education. We started Asian Academy of Film and Television. In a span of all these 28 years in education, we have churned out around about 20,000 media professionals hailing from all the 28 states and 9 union territories of India and almost 145 countries of the world. I'm very happy that most of the students are working in their chosen field, and probably this institution has given largest number of celebrities to this country. Well, there are about now 100 organizations which I'm chairing. Films, television, media, art, culture, social, charitable, and. I mean, I probably need another one day to explain and express them, but we're very happy that we have given 10 very popular festivals to this nation, to the world of cinema, to the world of art and culture. And all what we've been doing it, neither we have worked for awards and neither we have worked for rewards. Trust me. I have always believed that you have to work hard, you have to work honestly, you have to be honest to your profession, and trust me, God will definitely take care of you. People will take care of you. That's very important because at least in my industry, everything is based on masses, everything is based on you, your decision, your liking, and if we are delivering right product to the right people, then you survive. And now, I'm happy that we could create 7 world records, and my organization probably has brought largest number of awards to this nation, 190 international awards from all over the world, and altogether probably 1,000 awards, almost 1,000 awards. I'm sure more than any actors in this country. And I'm very happy. My 7th world record is that we have been honored with almost, it has taken me 30 years, but in a span of last 7 years, we created International Chamber of Media and Entertainment Industry, the first ever chamber of commerce in the world dedicated to media and entertainment industry. And we created 196 international committees and 80 national committees. It's working very well. The chamber was created to support the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, and we're very happy that we are reaching each and every country wholeheartedly in a big way and signing large number of MOUs, large number of interactions. In last 7 years, we have done around about 1,400 events to support the vision, the idea. And during all these 7 years, we have signed 52 MOUs with 52 different governments. And not only that we signed MOUs, I'm happy that I have been nominated as the cultural ambassador of 52 countries in India by the presidents, vice presidents, prime ministers, deputy prime ministers, governors, or the union ministers, or by the member parliaments, or if not, then high commissioners and ambassadors on behalf of the president of that country. I'm happy we are serving our nation wholeheartedly through art and culture, and I have always believed in that you can only unite the world through art and culture, and I have given one statement to the world: love, peace and unity through art and culture. I mean, I'm very happy this has become very popular, and every country, every setup which is dealing in art and culture, they are accepting and adapting this line. I gave one English word to English dictionary, which is called film tourism, 30 years back. And people could not even understand the meaning of that time. I'm happy that today every country of the world is talking about now film tourism, and our contribution is quite a lot. And when it comes to my contribution, we have brought something like 30 lakh people, 3 million people to Noida Film City under film tourism, and I'm quite satisfied with the job. So Government of India has nominated me as the Managing Director for National Federation of Tourism and Transport Cooperatives of India Limited. I've recently been nominated as a National Chairman for the whole media and entertainment industry upgradation committee under Ministry of Consumer Affairs. Minister wanted to be a chair himself, but then he said, doesn't matter, you can be a deputy minister. I said, thank you for that. I'm happy that Government of India has also given me a wonderful duty as a Chief Scout for India. I've been a Chief Scout for India for 2 years. Generally, Chief Scout for India is only a title given to Vice President of India, but this is for the first time that I been carrying this title for almost now 2 years and serving the scouts and guides of this country, almost 51 lakh people who are part and parcel of scouts and guide. So idea is to bring in a lot of love, peace and unity through art and culture so that we can do the rest of the things in a much more convenient manner. That's what is needed. If your repo is good, if your legend is good, if your language is good, if your culture is good, if you're inclined towards supporting people, you're bound to be successful in this life. That's what I have believed. And I know I'm almost finishing my time. I would love to pass on a beautiful formula of success to all the top peoples who are awardees also here, all the dignitaries here. It's a formula from A to G. You have to remember, we've learned A, B, C, D, E, F, G in our KG. And A stands for being ambitious. You have to be very ambitious in life. Dream big, very important, because if you can dream big, you're bound to be a big man. Our late president has given a wonderful statement that dreams are not the one which you see in your sleeps. The dreams are which never let you sleep. You should have a lot of ambitions, and simultaneously A stands for a wonderful attitude, a very important attitude which is needed, my dear friends. You have to be humble, polite, sober, down to earth, supporting, compassionate, so that you can exist on this earth as a wonderful human being. B stands for believe. Very important to first believe in yourself, in your own ideology, in your own thinking. You have to have conviction in what you say, what you do. And B also believe in your institution, believe in your parents, believe in your family, believe in people, because unfortunately, trust is missing from the society, unfortunately. So it's very important to bring in that belief. C stands for commitment. What a pleasure that the biggest statement has come to Indians as far as commitment is concerned from Lord Rama, कि रघुपति प्रीत सदा चली आई, प्राण जाए पर वचन न जाए. So where is that commitment missing in India? So एक दफ़ा कह दिया अगर आपने, तो मज़े की बात तो ये है कि उसके बाद मैं तो अपनी बात खुद भी नहीं सुनता. That's the kind of a commitment. 11 बजे का time दिया. I was in Chandigarh. I know how I managed to, but I was here sharp 11. That's my commitment to Sandeep Sibal. How busy I am or what, that is all beside point. So this is a kind of a commitment is needed today. In business, in family, in love affairs, everywhere. Everything is missing. And that C also stands for communication, by the way. It's an age of communication, and very important to start with. You should know how to speak, you should know how to listen, you should know how to write, you should know how to express. Very important. And that's what here I'm here for. And I'm running probably the biggest now communication school of Asia, first 10 best film schools of the world under AAFT. I'm happy Prime Minister wanted to have a university to support the biggest film university of the world in India. And I'm happy that responsibility has been showered on my shoulders, and I have taken it very strongly. We have started a first film university of this country in Raipur under the name and banner of AAFT University, and I'm happy it's doing pretty well. I've been nominated as the Chancellor of the university, so I'm happy to be a governor as far as rank is concerned. So C stands for communication. बोली एक अनमोल है जो कोई बोले जान, हिये तराजू तौल के तब मुख पहरान, ऐसी बानी बोलिए मन का आपा खोए, औरन को शीतल करे और खुद भी शीतल होए. It's very important because all the wars, they start with difference of opinion and what you speak and what you hear, mind you. So you can cut down the level of wars. Obviously, difference of opinion is at home only by speaking nice. D stands for dedication, punctuality, regularity, sincerity, missing. We have to bring back that all in our own businesses and all setups. And you don't need to have a sticker on your forehead to say I'm a dedicated person. If you're punctual, if you're regular, if you're sincere enough with your employers, with your colleagues to say that I'm a dedicated person. And D also stands for a strong determination, very important. If you're thinking something, if you're planning something, then you have to be after that. And you have to see to it that you are in a position to complete your job. That's what D stands for in my eyes. E stands for the enthusiasm, the energy. You have to bring in energy, enthusiasm, excitement, E, into anything and everything what you do. Whether it's a small, big, whether it's at home or at your business, very important. And if you lose enthusiasm, you lose everything, because I believe enthusiasm is the key to success. And F stands for being focused. Too many changing lines will never take you to the right destination, actually. So you have to be focused, and your train will definitely take you a station where you really want to reach one good day. And G stands for goal. Yes, if you have decided to do something, plan your goal right and then, and I'm sure with positive thinking, you're bound to reach to your goal, to your destination. And that's what I have always believed in. Nothing is easy on this earth, but I have believed that nothing is impossible. With all these words, I extend my heartiest thanks to Sandeep Sibal and the complete team of CIO 200 for inviting me here and giving me this wonderful opportunity to share and express my thinking with you. And before I close, I would love to recite two lines. कि विभासित कर गगन भूतल तिमिर को ज्योति देता चल निराशा के अंधेरे को मिटा दे ले प्रभंजन बल कहीं पूनम अमावस्या कहीं उलझन कहीं फिसलन कहीं कांटे कहीं पहरा कटिल बंधन यहाँ प्रतिकूल है सब कुछ कहीं मरुस्थल कहीं बादल मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल मगर तू मुस्कुराता चल दिशाएं हो उठे उज्जवल हार्टिएस्ट कंग्रेचुलेशंस टू ऑल दी अवॉर्डीज थैंक्स अ लॉट
Thank you, Mr. Marwa. It was quite enlightening. Let's move forward. As the country head of SoftBank India, Manoj Kohli has been supporting over 20 portfolios companies of SoftBank Group and SoftBank Vision Fund such as Ola, Oyo, Paytm, Lenskart, Groffer, Snapdeal, WeWork, Delivery, Uber, Swiggy, Unacademy, etc. in India. Mr. Kohli will be joining us through video conferencing. May I request the technology team to patch up with him. To patch with him. He is joining us through video conferencing. Yeah.
I'm really happy to be part of this very important transformation workshop. I am grateful to the organizers to invite me to address this very, very vital group of CIOs who really lead the transformation, who design the transformation, who succeed and execute the transformation. So thank you for inviting me. Now, the objective of this session is to share with you the startup ecosystem which is developing across the world, especially in top 3 countries of US, China and India, and how it is leading the business transformation in these 3 markets. I believe that this is crucial for the IT decision makers like you, as well as the solution providers like you. And today what we will do is we'll build a roadmap for the strategic decision makers present here, and also describe the key drivers of digital growth across the world, and especially these 3 big markets. Let me start by saying that the technology transformation, the change of technologies in the coming decade, by 2030 and even beyond 2030, the impact of that change will be bigger than last 100 years technology change, which clearly means that we are heading for a decade which is a technology-led decade. The businesses will be led by technology, the management will be led by technology, the investors will be led by technology. Every part of the economy, our life from morning when we get up till night when we sleep, will be led by technology transformation and changes and new initiatives which the technology providers will do. Now, if it is going to be so big in every sector, whether it is, you are seeing every sector in the country, whether it's manufacturing, service sector, agriculture sector, ride sharing sector, eye care sector, every sector of the country is being impacted in a positive way by technology. Now, I believe that you, CIOs, play a very, very crucial role in this, and it's a leadership role. And it's not a technical role only, it is a business role. And I believe that you, as CIOs, have to handle a lot of traditional companies, a lot of traditional industries, which are not only defensive in their approach towards digitization, but also which look at the digitization or technology cost as a cost, not as an investment. And that is where your role will be a role of a catalyst, and how catalyst will positively influence the traditional managements which are still not positively inclined towards technology investments. And I believe that is a big challenge all of you carry on your shoulders. And it's not easy to convince them, let me tell you. I've met many of them, and it's not easy for me even to convince them to look at technology investments as investments, not costs. On the other hand, the world is now overwhelmed by startups. Startups today are leading in these three big markets, US, China, and India. India, of course, is growing the fastest. If you see in this year, India had nearly 30 new unicorns, which actually makes me so proud of our country, and especially our young engineers, young software developers, coding people, programmers, etc., coming from small towns and medium towns and even villages, that they are building such huge startup ecosystem in India. And also I like to thank the government of India, because government has really been a good catalyst, a positive support to startup development, especially the Prime Minister himself. He himself has been so positive on startup founders and startup development, and also new rules and regulations which are ease of doing business for startups. So what are the areas of startup transformation? Transformation which is led by startups, which will of course have a positive impact on all the traditional industries also. Let me start with an example of one of our portfolio companies, SoftBank portfolio companies called Lenskart. It's the eye care company. And in a small town, you can go to any small or medium town where there is a small showroom, small offline shop, where you go, get your eyes tested, because there is a person who's a technician, he will test your eyes. And after that, you look at the app, and the app will advise you what 4, 5, 6 frames will suit your eyes, suit your face. And once you make a selection, because the frames are quite affordable, you can put in the order, make the payment, and as soon as you make the payment, the order goes straight to the factory of Lenskart. And if the factory has stock of lenses or frames, it will immediately initiate the delivery. If not, they'll manufacture it fast, and maybe in 72 hours you get the delivery home delivered by courier. Now this is a miracle of services which till now were really tough to get, because there was a local mom and pop shop which used to do this, whether it is specs or contact lenses or powered sunglasses, etc. But this dramatic change because of technology has happened, and I think customers, even in small towns and villages, are having a positive impact of this change. Now, what all changes will happen in this decade? Every sector, as I said, every sector will have digitization momentum. Now, digitization is in two parts. One is internal, where internal organization, all the departments, all the functions will be digitized end to end. And I want to focus on end to end, so that there is no manual element left. Only then the speed and accuracy will come. Externally, similarly, we'll have to pull in all the stakeholders, whether they are vendors, dealers, distributors, all the partner ecosystem of the company to be digitized end to end and interconnected. And that's where you see the organization will move with great speed and outpace the competition. And so this is the first and most important job. Second is to utilize robos, other technologies like robos, drones, AI, ML, and many, many other technologies and methodologies which are available to us now and maybe were not available 5, 10 years back. For example, using robos for warehouses. Fantastic. I mean, robos do fantastic work. All over the world, I've seen such robos working in Japan, in Korea, in China, in US, and I'm sure it will come here. Similarly, drones are doing it. So similarly, AI analysis is fantastic for building. OYO, for example, uses AI for improving the occupancy of the hotels. So all this, and even blockchain can be utilized. The third area is sectoral specialization. For example, renewable energy, solar technologies, new solar technologies, wind technologies, slow wind technologies, fantastic developments. And therefore, the cost of energy has come down to, in Indian case, nearly 2 rupees per kilowatt hour, which is maybe one of the lowest ever in this industry. Similarly, in electric vehicles, similarly in storage batteries, huge technology improvement has taken place, and much more will take place in the coming 5 years. So all these technologies have to be encapsulated, have to be fully leveraged by all of you, because you will lead the world towards technology imbibing, technology embedding, and technology inclusiveness in your respective business. Now, why do you need technology? I feel the most important need of technology is speed. The pace of the business will go up. The pace of the economy will go up. The momentum of growth will go up, especially after the pandemic. And I think that's very, very important for all of us, because pandemic has really pulled down the world in terms of economic momentum, financial system, financial growth, etc., etc. So therefore, it's very important for us to recover it fast. The second thing is accuracy. Speed with accuracy, so that our data, our systems work with highest degree of accuracy. 6 Sigma, 7 Sigma accuracy. Third thing is responsiveness to customers. I'm sure consumers have a lot of issues which they talk to you, which they want to be responded and resolved fast. So therefore, the consumer needs to be more satisfied, and he'll be only satisfied through technology improvements, so that speed, accuracy, and response times come down dramatically. Now, this can equally apply to B2C, which is mass internet markets, or B2B, which is also very, very important for the world. Both B2B and B2C will have positive impact of technology injection into the operations as well as decision making. Now, India has a very special role in this, because this decade will be a golden decade for India in 2-3 ways. One, our economy from 3 trillion will go up to 5 and beyond 5 after that. And there are not many economies in the world which will grow like this. Second, we are inducting manufacturing, massive manufacturing investment, which PM has also announced, logistics investments, infrastructure investments, which are very important for India to really catch up with the Western world. And I believe that this decade will all have all this. In addition to that, India will invest much more in education, healthcare, agriculture, and similarly sectors like pharmaceutical, etc. Now, all these sectors will demand technology transformation, huge technology transformation, so that India can actually leap ahead of the world. For example, fintech. In fintech, Indian volumes are ahead of even US and China. And that is very important for us to understand, that Indian consumer is adopting and embracing technology very, very seamlessly. And I'm sure in other parts, other sectors also, Indian consumer will do that. So therefore, India's economy will be very important growth driver, which will be by you, because you will bring in growth. Area is Indian talent, Indian engineers, programmers, coding staff, developers, and the future CIO, potential future CIOs, will actually not only become CIOs of Indian companies, but also become CIOs of global corporations. And that is my biggest pride and my biggest happiness, that young Indian engineers and software developers will really grow very well and do a remarkable contribution across the world, not only in India, but across multinationals in Europe, in US, Korea, Japan, China, Australia, and many, many other countries, parts of the world. So both our economic growth and our talent growth will really surprise the world in this decade. So at the end, I just want to conclude by saying that transformation will be the key across the world in the next 10 years. This transformation will be led by startups because startups are open and positive on, they're ready, mentally ready to go for technology absorption. And finally, the economy will grow much faster because of this transformation. And our Indian talent will go global because of these transformations and their involvement and their leadership in these technology transformations. So I really am very optimistic and hopeful that next 10 years, startups will grow, Indian talent will grow, and finally, technology will lead the transformation across many, many sectors of the world. Thank you, and all the best.
Thank you, Mr. Kohli. Let's move forward. A man who wears a lot of hats, and it is surprising how he managed to juggle with them all. Politics, writing, consultancy, and advisory in areas ranging from technology, transportation and infrastructure, and agriculture. I now request Mr. Vineet Goenka, our guest of honor, to deliver the keynote address on transformation in information security needs in the digital world. Over to you, sir.
Namaste to all. How much? 20 minutes is there? It's very difficult to speak after two very good speakers. So I had prepared something to speak. I heard Marwaji and I thought I'll change a lot. Mr. Sibbal, Mr. Ronak, my friend Hegde ji, Gaurav. It's good to be here in actual people after so many days because pandemic has taken the toll, and Marwaji really inspired me by speaking few lines in Hindi. I'll try. My language is not very good, but forgive me if I misspell something, but I'll try my best. And I think I should wish everybody who is listening to me here inside this room and outside a very happy Diwali. And we have been always talking about one mantra when we were trained in our house is Astoma Sadagamay Tamsoma Jyotirgamay, and probably this festival means about that, to take us from darkness to light and from death to eternity. And probably to just introduce the organization which currently I represent as governing council member, a small organization of the world. We barely have 1.3 million employees with us. We carry almost around, the revenue is not more than $19 billion. We have a track line of more than 115,000 kilometers, an organization of 170 years. Indian Railways has been there. And so when we talk about transformation and we talk about delivering services, I have a little different approach than the people who sit in this room and who are listening to me right now. When CIOs think about technology, they have one simple thing. Their accountants see what is the revenue, what is the outgoing, and basically the bottom line. But when we sit in railways and think about this, and let me, before speaking about railway, let me tell you, I am not representing railway right now, I am individually speaking, but as being a part of this, I like to quote certain examples of railway. In railways, the accountancy is not on revenue and income. It's about how do we give services to the citizens. It's G2C. So satisfaction is not always in profit. Satisfaction is also how happy they are as citizens and how they can transform. I'll give you a small example. And what transformation was done in the last few years, especially in the last 7 years. Each of us are born to a mother. We have sisters at home, we have daughters, we have wife. Railways not necessarily start in decent time because the origin station or the station which you want to catch a railway is a place which can be a little far from your house, and the trains may arrive in early hours, the wee hours in the morning. And let's say, take an example, if the train is arriving at 5 o'clock in the morning and you have to travel half an hour from your house, so you're actually moving out of your house at 4:30. Those who have sisters or daughters or beautiful wives, they all know that there is a worrisome, right? You don't send them to the stations so early. India is a safe place. We have rarely seen things, but yet you would like to have careful. The worry becomes coupled, it becomes more if there is a trouble of delay. If the train then comes delayed by 5 hours, and just think you have reached railway station at 3 o'clock and the train comes at 8:30 in the morning, first thing which comes to your mind is, बता दिया होता यार तो घर से 8 बजे निकलते, साढ़े थोड़े पहले निकलते. And so that fear, that anxiety coupled with this delay also. And this was one of the concerns of the establishment when it took over in 2014. And I'm happy that then Minister of Railway, Suresh Prabhu, would tell me that we need kuch to karna chahiye. Now there were solutions available and everybody in this room would say how foolish it was for you not to use maps which were available. So if there were maps that are always available. We drive down here. I asked Gaurav that let's go to Leela because I have to address. We put in the map guided us how to come here and we just reached here in time. So why can't you use these apps which are free of cost? And simple. We don't pay for that. So as an establishment you don't have to pay, just put in map and people can identify where the train is. But let me remind this August gathering here that passengers are our concern, but passengers are not only the things which Indian Railways carry, we also carry freights. And not only that freight, we also carry strategic goods, strategic people who are there. So there is a lot of Indian Army which travels here. And would you like our manifesto, our travel itinerary to be known to adversaries and especially people on your western side or the northern side? Naturally not. So we wanted to have something which will not only transform this timing part where you would like to reach platforms or station in time, just on time, but at the same time have that security in your mind where the data does not travel outside your precinct and you don't have to fear necessarily. So Prime Minister gave a vision. Prime Minister Modi said, why did you use space? And we used ISRO, and you all know that locomotives are now coupled with geospatial technology, and we tell you where the locomotive is right now, where the train is right now. So you can plan. Yeah, of course, the delays have to be worked on. The reasons of delays have to be eliminated. We are doing that. But in case there is a delay, you know that where your train is and you go in time. So that has saved a lot of time. So those who will be wondering that why are we not using free apps to give this solution. Second is transformation, small things which we would like to also share. We all have traveled. I'm sure everybody in this room has at least once traveled in railway station by railway. Even if he is born with golden spoon in the mouth, there is a reason for everybody to travel in train. And you would also face one more situation. Once you reach station, usually the train comes on platform number X, say for example platform number 1, and all of a sudden there is an announcement. Chandigarh se Delhi aane wali train up platform number 2 pe aayi, 2 pe aayegi, and then we all start running. Even if you are young, you are healthy, if you have 2 bags, 3 bags, what do? You land up running. And this crossing of the platform, sometimes we have seen accidents, especially it's troublesome for expecting mothers, old people, people with children in their hand, my brothers or sisters who are not that healthy like we are. And there was a need to put in technological piece which will change this. And if you know which platform it is coming, and not only the platform, you know, there was one more challenge. You are standing on one place where the bogie comes. So you are habituated to stand at one place saying that this is the place where AC 3-tier bogie number 2 comes every day. And that is the only day when it decides to go back 5 or 6 bogies, you run. So somebody had to tell you that this train will come on this platform, this bogie will come at this particular place, 5 meters plus or minus. That would make my passengers smile, and we did that. We could put in the piece of geospatial technology. And believe me, it was not very easy, because when you put this piece of geospatial technology, you need a lot of infrastructure. But one essential element of this is to have the security features in place, because when people travel, there is challenges which also travel with them, and that has to be there. So I just thought I should synthesize this piece. There are a couple of challenges which we have. We are trying to yet find solutions to it. You are all CIOs, you are all bright people, sharper than me. I really don't know why I was appointed as independent director there, because I am not that equipped like you. Both the speakers before me, they spoke so nicely. I was wondering, good that the minister has not heard them before what he appointed me. Otherwise, I would have lost my opportunity to be governing council member there. But have you ever wondered that why do we have 4 tanks in one coach? In a passenger coach, if you have traveled, there are 4 WCs, there are 4 toilets, right? And each toilet has one tank up there. And we were talking about how do we increase revenue of the enterprise railways, and everybody talks about that. And coming from B school, coming from this kind of sessions where I hear smart people, And I said, sir, let me try myself. And I raised my hand, sir, कि मिनिस्टर साहब कुछ बोलना है बताइए. उन्होंने कहा कि सर 72 लोग 4 बाथरूम, 2 बाथरूम कम कर देते हैं, 8 और उसमें बर्थ आ जाएंगे. You know, straight away 11% jump. 72 will give you X revenue and 80 will give you X plus 1/8 of the X revenue. So there will be a jump. And there was a senior member in the set, and he said, ki, sir, before you go further, I'd like to ask you some small things, and you will take your suggestion back. And you know, when you are newly appointed, you are very excited to tell many ideas. So I was also excited. I said, ki, acha batao, kya baat hai, पूछो. And he asked me something not very good to speak here in this, but if you permit me a little not so good English or not so good thing. He asked me, sir, how much time do you take to relieve yourself in the morning? It was a very weird question to be seen in the board and to be asked. And I said, generally 4 to 5 minutes. And then he said, can I ask you one more supplementary question? I said, yeah, please go ahead. And he said, what is the general time like to visit to the loo? And I said, yeah, morning 6:30 to 8:30. He said, yes, exactly. 72 passengers multiplied by 5 minutes is how much? It is 360 minutes to be required, right? And if you divide 360 minutes by 4, it is 90 minutes. This is exactly the time from 6:30 in the morning to 8 o'clock. Somebody had put in a lot of thought. Why do we need 4 toilets? You know? Now just remove one toilet, it will become 360 minutes divided by 3, that is 2, how much? And then, you know, spill. And if you remove 2 toilets, it will be 180 minutes. So it will spill over from 8:30. You will have a lot of chaos where people will start knocking each other, and then there can be a law and order situation. So my idea of increasing 11% revenue in the passenger service just was shelled off because of this small shitty thing called as toilet and the use of it in 5 minutes. Why am I talking about this now here? Because when I was seeing the profile of the people who are in this room, I was quite excited that you guys are the real guys who can give us solution. And there can be a technological solution. Now there is one more challenge which is there. When you travel in these railways, you have the same toilet, and you have the same toilets have tank overhead it, which contains water. And many times you face a situation, the water gets exhausted. So once the water is exhausted, we have all this problem. Do we have solutions where we can provide sensors which can tell the train trackers? We have the controllers who sit there that, hey, 4th coach from the engine, left-hand side, the rear one, there is no water. So next station, the guy jumps on and refills that. Just think about the smile or the happiness, forget about the happiness. The challenge which the passenger face will be released. So probably, you know, small solutions can come from this August gathering, and which can be economical for business for you, because this will be a big thing. We have more than 15,000 coaches traveling every day. We have double the population of many of the countries traveling on this trains. This is 2 things which I wanted to share here. But let me also share with you, as I have still 9 more minutes to go, one experience of mine, and probably that will tell you what we are talking about. Being the part of the task force of IT for road shipping and transport, I happened to see a machine which was drilling hole in the mountain, and all of a sudden this machine had some problem. We tried supervisors, we tried engineers, everybody. And the machine gave up. It said it won't work. And what do you do when the machines don't work? You go to the OEMs, right? You go to the supplier and say, "Ki, aapki machine kaam nahi kari, kuch kisi ko bhej do." This was imported machine. It was from some overseas supplier. So we called them up, and they said, "We need not send anybody. You have not paid our EMI. You have not paid our payments in time. So we have stopped it from here." Now, it was a very simple thing. They just stopped it. The payments were done. Machine started. And everything went well. But being in the task force, now my head starts spinning in that guy knows where I'm drilling, because he would have my lat and longs. That guy would know what is the thickness of the crust, what is the depth where I'm seeing. If I'm using this machine for strategic drilling somewhere, he would know where I'm doing and what I'm doing. I'm exposed. As a country, I would not like to get exposed to. I didn't have a solution, but I would like to ask this gathering, if you can provide solutions, is data sovereignty a solution to it? Can we force our suppliers, while you do business with us, make sure the data does not travel outside the precinct of this country? It has not been used by somebody else. Now these are the challenges which this economy, this sovereign nation will face, and we all have to answer it. Before you are CIO for a company, before you are a technologist, you are an Indian, and you have a duty towards this nation to secure our generations to come, secure our children's, secure our grandchildren's. And if you do a mistake, probably we will go into slavery, and this slavery will be very expensive because military colonization can be tackled, but data colonization cannot be tackled. They would know about your data. So this is what I thought about if we can do it. And let me also remind people who are from overseas and listening to me, this is not an unreasonable demand which I have. It's a reasonable demand. I'm finally 1/6 of the population of the world. Every sixth human being born is Indian. There are economies which are not on internet. So my northern partner, China, they are not available on the internet. There are many other countries who have poor infrastructure internet. So I'm 1/5 of internet in the world. We Indians have a habit to eat more, consume more, to store more for others. कोई और आएगा, रोटी भी बनाते तो 2 चपाती और बनाते कि कोई और आ जाएगा, right? So I'm 1/4 of the consumer of the world. So this is not a request. I'm talking from the position of strength that we will require data sovereignty, we will require securities. And if you want to do business, it will be good that if you help us in securing that particular part also. Because the days have gone where we would like to embrace technology with compromise. We like to embrace technology with strength and negotiation, of course. There are many things which I can speak, go on speaking. I've already completed 15 minutes, exactly 15 minutes of my part. If you permit me 3-4 minutes, then I can talk 1 or 2 things, otherwise. These are the times when we talk because there is a democracy and the democracy has been strengthened with technology. I personally come from a very humble background, those who know me. I'm a son of a meal worker. I would not have ever dreamt of coming to Delhi, let alone standing here and speaking and addressing this august gathering here. This was only possible because of technology, because access to technology. My views could reach people and I could be selected amongst few of them because of technology. And this was possible because of social media. There may be CIOs in this room who come from social media companies, apps which strengthens democracy, because I personally believe that free speech expression comes only through this social media. There were times when, we were forced to hear what media would tell us. There was no way we could express. I think probably technology has given this expression. But then we also have seen that platforms have acted like publishers. They've started giving their views. They decide what is fake, they decide what is magnified, they have decided whom to promote, whom to verify, whom not to verify. They have started acted like editors. Data travels outside. Daughters and sisters, they share photographs innocently and there is no right to recall. At some stage, they would like to recall. You would like to put some photographs as a young fellow, and at a later stage, you would not like to recall, but there is no right to recall. So this is a place I would request you all, sharp people of this world, to think how do we put in this component of right to recall. We have this component of sovereignty where the data does not travel outside the present of our political boundaries, so that when children say, anonymity is good when you talk about democracy, but anonymity cannot be coupled with ulterior motive where people start challenging each other's freedom or they start cursing each other. So probably here the fact of security of individual is coupled with the security of the system, security of the technology. I don't have an answer. As I said earlier, I'm not one of the sharp person. I'm just one of the luckiest person who could sit there. Probably half of you are more capable than what I am. Why I'm saying not the other half, because other half are far capable than the other half whom I said is capable. So they are very sharp people who are here. But only thing is, do think when you go back home, when you go back to your decks, is only money making one reason in our life? I think probably everybody sitting here has crossed that first ladder or second ladder of Maslow's hierarchy of need, where Maslow's talk about physiological need or security need. We all have reached probably the third or the fourth layer where we need the social recognition or maybe probably the self-esteem part. So with folded hand, I request you all to think about security of the system, security of the data, security of my people before you put in the technological piece which gives you delivery. I would like to thank my old-time friend Subhendu. You gave me a fantastic opportunity to speak, and I'll tell you, Ms. Chauhan, you and I both come from the same thing. I also have stay free. Somehow I could manage here. If you would have seen my legs, they are shaking down there. But somehow I'm hiding behind this dais and speaking here. So thank you very much, everybody who has given me a patience hearing. Bharat Mata ki jai.
Thank you so much, sir, for your support. It's time to move on to the second part of today's agenda, the launch of Business Transformation Asia. And while I attempt to talk more about this wonderful new initiative for the Asia region, may I request Mr. Arun Shankar, Chief Editor, GEC Media Group, to share more about the publication and the Asia edition. Over to you, sir.
Okay. Thank you, Deepika. So I was told to actually cut short my talk, but I thought it was a bit important to give the context for the launch of Business Transformation Asia. So way back in 2018, Ronak here sitting next to me, and Tushar Sahu, the Managing Director of GEC Media, and myself, we met and we conceptualized this brand called Business Transformation. And we had very strong confidence in launching this global brand. And that sense of confidence actually came from two significant things. One was, of course, GEC Media Group's strength in doing global events. GEC Media Group was already active in doing the global GEC Golf Open Championship, and GEC Media had launched Global CIO Forums, CIO 200. Both were global roadshows, and when I met Ronak and Tushar, there was a strong sense of confidence in launching this global brand. So business transformation essentially was the feedback coming from the industry, from CIOs like yourself, about the change happening. And I think our honorary keynote speakers here, starting right from the beginning, have mentioned about the importance of change and the importance of the human element being an integral part of innovation and transformation. You cannot disregard these two. The other sense of confidence came that as an editor, we had been picking up these signals way back from 2015 about the change happening in the CIO community here. And a lot of the presentations from IDC and Gardner touched on many of these things. For example, there was a very, very interesting global keynote in 2015 on the duality between legacy and the cloud. So cloud was being talked about in 2015. Of course, that cloud was nothing like what cloud is today. So there was that sense of confidence that, we can do this brand. And we said, okay, let's go forward with that. In 2018, we launched it in Middle East. A lot of the feedback was based on the Middle East community, but just after meeting all of you over here, the feedback that Ronak has said and Mr. Sibal has said, there's so much of enthusiasm to look at transformation, and we are really excited about launching this brand. We have BTX Roadshow already kicked off in Middle East. I'm sure we're going to do that here. And there's a lot of, we look forward to a lot of interesting things happening in this year. And before I close, I'd just like to, of course, draw attention to Shubhendu. So Shubhendu, if you can just come up here. The man in the last 60 days who has been spearheading this brand and who's going to spearhead the brand. I've also engaged with you and said that, look, we now need to move content to Shubhendu. So strong hand of applause for him, the man who will take forward this brand and who's already brought it over here. And with that, I'd just like to close and hand back to Deepika to take it forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Without much ado, may I request all the dignitaries to step forward to jointly release the inaugural issue and launch the Asia edition of Business Transformation. I also request Mr. Shubhendu Parth, Group Editor, GEC Media Group, and Mr. Sandeep Sibbal to also join for the magazine launch. Please join us. Okay. Kindly help us to make some space here. Mr. Goenka and Mr. Marwa, please unveil the replica of the magazine cover to release the inaugural issue and launch Business Transformation Asia. मैं बोलूँगी तो May I request ushers to please bring copies. As a token of appreciation on behalf of GEC Media Group and the delegates, I may request Mr. Ronak Samantre to present mementos to the guests. क्या बोलना है?
Ronak, may I request you to present the mementos to
May I now request Mr. Ronak Samantre to present the mementos to the guest, Mr. Sandeep Marwa. Thank you, gentlemen. May I request the ushers to escort the dignitaries to their seats as we move on to the very interesting next session. मैं मैगजीन हटा दूँ तो वो हटा दूँ सिर्फ जाऊँगा Now I welcome Ms. Ekta Sibbal. She is a globally renowned gifted energy healer and an international meditation expert and award-winning India's #1 inner self transformation specialist. She is also a national well-being advisor to Shipping Corporate of India, Ministry of Shipping Enterprise. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you so much, everyone. First, good afternoon, everyone, and I'm so pleased to be here, especially in person, interacting with you all. I'm sure some of you know me, some of you don't know me, and thank you, Deepika, for the introduction as well. Before we go ahead, I would also like to say a few words for, yeah, thank you. Yes, thank you. This is one. A few words for GC Media Group, who has just unveiled the new Business Transformation India edition. I'm very happy to see that, and I'm not saying that because I'm there on the cover page. I'm saying it genuinely that I'm really happy to see this magazine coming up in India. So congratulations, entire team, and I wish you all the very best for your future endeavors as well. So, thank you. So moving on, today I'm going to talk about something which I have been talking about it in Global CIO Forum as well and many other forums. However, this is something I'm going to, continue with the suspense the way the suspense was there to unveil the magazine. I would like to continue with the suspense. So before I begin, I would like to, and I'm going to walk around so that everybody can see me. So I'm going to ask you a question that we have been talking about transformation, digital transformation, business transformation, HR transformation, everything is transforming around the world, which is good, I believe. But who is at the crux of this transformation? Or what is at the crux of transformation? Self-transformation, okay. Anything else? Anybody, please say something. User experience, okay. Anything else? Anybody else? Wow, productivity of the workforce and customer. Anything else? I'm still not getting the answer that I'm wanting to hear. Well-being, okay. People, finally I got the answer. You know, I've asked this question in many forums, and a lot of people talk about science, technology, IT, all of that is the crux of the transformation. And you know what I wonder at that time? That, you know, as if I'm sitting in a place where there are some android futuristic spies, like you see it in the movies Terminator, and they're sitting and, you know, spying on the human civilization. So the reason that I asked this question is to verify that all of us are human beings and not robots. So this is like my CAPTCHA verification. So, and that's the way I do my verification that we are talking about human beings and people here. So having said that, yes, people is what comes in, in the form of the crux of that transformation. The people are the ones who lead that transformation. They are the ones who start that transformation. So it is important for people to be there as the main, I would say the main reason for the transformation to happen. Now, what are we doing to, to help those people or to help that asset become more stronger, more, to give more energy to that asset? You know, everything that works, we need to give some energy to it. Don't you agree? Yes, no? Okay. So what are we doing? Any ideas? What are we doing for it? Anything that we are doing as business leaders? I'm sure all of you are business leaders. So what are you doing to ensure that you're giving that energy, to ensure that you're working towards the well-being of that asset so that that asset can perform better? Any ideas? Walk the talk, okay. Is that an answer that you're giving? Okay, communication, all right. Motivation, so you're doing certain activities to motivate that asset, the human asset, okay. Transforming, bringing change, okay. Support and trust, very, very, very pertinent, yes. Freedom, correct. Yes, so all of that is important, but more than that is what I'm going to talk about today. So that's why I said, I'm going to build that suspense on what I'm going to speak on, and that is exactly where you come down to that. We are going to talk about what are we doing for that human asset. What are we doing for those people who are leading that transformation? As leaders, what can you do more than whatever you are doing? So yes, we are working on motivation, we are working on communication, we are working on many, many things that we are doing. We are providing trainings to them, we are incentivizing them. However, there is more to it, and that is where I come in. So I promote a concept called corporate wellness culture. I'm not sure how many of you are actually aware of it here, although it is becoming a concept which is gaining presence in India as well. However, we still need to work more on it. So I'm going to tell you I'm going to give you a glimpse of it. Of course, I can't talk about all of it in 15-20 minutes of today's session. But I'm going to give you some glimpse of it about what exactly is that corporate wellness culture and why should we have it in our systems, in our organizations, in our teams. So it's not necessary that it has to be done from an extensive basis. Even if it starts with your team, it's at least a start, and that's what matters. So moving on, well, this is what we are going to talk about. So I've opened up the suspense now. So holistic well-being matters, which is all about transforming through corporate wellness culture. So we are talking about transformation. The transformation has to happen right from for the people who are actually leading that transformation as well. So that's where corporate wellness culture comes into being. Now, because of the pandemic, I'm sure you have all understood that there has been an immediate surge and a very, very strong surge in understanding well-being. Before the pandemic, well-being was still being talked about, still being considered an important aspect, but it was never really taken into consideration as much as it has been taken into consideration now that we have gone through pandemic. But don't you think that has been more of a reactive approach than a proactive approach? Had we been more proactive in understanding well-being, maybe things would have been much more different in the way we handled situations. Of course we handled. I mean, Indians are known to be resilient, We are known to have that strength to be able to manage everything even in the most difficult times. Like, I mean, jugaad is an Indian word. So we are someone, who know about it. But isn't it important to have more of a proactive approach? And that's the reason why corporate wellness culture is the need of the hour. So when we talk about wellness opportunities, yes, since the time pandemic hit us, in fact, in the last 2 years, I have noticed a lot of organizations are taking care of their employees in terms of developing and managing more wellness opportunities for their employees, creating more opportunities where employees can get more benefits through well-being initiatives that the organization is doing. There have been a lot of alternate ways to create wellness. When it comes to alternate ways, I mean, it's not just about physical wellness we are talking about here. I hope all of you are aware of it. So physical wellness is just a part of it. Before pandemic, a lot of organizations were talking about, having a gym in the office or doing ad hoc yoga classes for their employees, but it was very ad hoc. Now the idea is to have wellness initiatives driven in the organization as a step that is done on a regular basis. So yes, physical wellness is not that we are talking about. We are talking about emotional wellness, we are talking about mental wellness, we are talking about financial wellness, we are also talking about intellectual wellness and professional wellness. So wellness has many aspects, and that is exactly what we are talking about. There is a growing need to focus more on mental and emotional well-being. As I said earlier, stress and anxiety, we all know, has grown out of bounds at this time. There have been people, because of stress, they have encountered so many physical issues only because of one thing, which is stress. Stress is not anymore considered out of mental health concern. It is very much a mental health concern since some time now, since pandemic hit us. And even before that, WHO had regarded stress as the worldwide epidemic. So you can imagine stress is becoming a very, very important aspect to be dealt with, especially when it comes to working in organizations. So obviously adopting innovative ways is the only way forward. And that is why corporate wellness culture, like I said, is the need of the hour. Moving on. Now, I want to ask you, and rather I would say that, what is the need to know about corporate wellness culture? I mean, as leaders, you might be wondering, or you might be having this question that I don't need to know what is corporate wellness culture, what is the need for me to know about it? How does it impact me? Any thoughts on that? Anybody who's getting those thoughts? Yeah. Why you feel corporate wellness? Am I audible? Yeah. To bring positivity in the atmosphere, very rightly said, yes. Yes, please. Yes. Absolutely. Very rightly said, yes. The wellness of the employees is very much dependent on the growth and the productivity of the organization. Absolutely correct. So the reason why I'm talking about corporate wellness culture and why I'm saying what, why, how is an important aspect to understand is because I want to give you some insight. I want you to become aware of it. Because as leaders, if you're aware of it, I'm sure that will help you in many ways to incorporate in some ways. Like I said, it doesn't have to be extensive right in the beginning. Even if it is starting from your own team, at least there is a beginning to it. At least there is a setting up of a culture. And culture doesn't happen in one go. It happens slowly and gradually. So that's how a culture is set in. And that's the reason why I want you to know about the what, why, and how. So as a leader, why do you need this insight? So as I asked this question a little earlier, for productivity, yes. For understanding the management, the way they are, the pressures are building up, of course. But what will this insight do to you? How will it help you? So insight is also a powerful tool for transformation. So any transformation that you're seeking, any transformation that you're looking for, whether it's digital, technology, HR, any other areas, transformation needs innovation, and innovation comes through insight. The more aware you are, the more looking within you are doing, that's when you figure out that this is what I want to do and this is how I transform. So with that insight comes the foresight. So once you look within, you look outward. And the moment you look outward, your vision increases. You're looking beyond the horizon. And that's what foresight would do. And that's the reason why I wanted to talk about corporate wellness culture today in this forum, because I felt there is a huge, huge need to understand wellness. And as I said, that we need to be more proactive so that we are able to handle any unprecedented times that we might come across again. I mean, it is not the end. The pandemic has still not ended. We are still going through it. So it is important for us to be more proactive. And that's the reason why I thought that it's important for all of you to know about corporate wellness culture. So I'm going to talk about 3 questions, which is what, why, and how. What does it mean to have corporate wellness culture? What does it entail? Why do you need it? What is the need? What is the importance of it? And the third is, how can you have corporate wellness culture set in your organization? How can you develop that culture? And as I said, it can be just for your team also. So moving on. Before I go on to the questions of what, why, how, I would like to tell you that focusing on well-being has become a major, major motivating factor for all the employees. That because of the pandemic, again, organizations are trying to retain their talent pool by telling the employees that they take care, or they are caring for their employees. They are doing things to take care of their teams, doing things to take care of their employees. And if you see this survey which was done by MetLife, and it shows that the impact of mental health, again, like I said, mental health is not just about depression, anxiety, panic. It's not just about that. It starts from a simple thing of stress. Like when people say, oh, I'm stressed out, please give attention to that. Because stress is a very, very important aspect when it comes to physical health. So the effect of mental health on productivity. Employees without mental health concerns were able to have their productivity at 80%. So you can see how much mental health has an impact on our productivity. And employees who had mental health concerns, they were performing at 60% of productivity only. So there's a 20% gap in the productivity of employees. And this is where awareness is very important, that if there is any person who's dealing with any kind of stress or any other mental health concern, it is important to give attention to that. It is important to be aware of it. Engagement within the organization. Here the numbers are really even worse. So employees without any mental health concerns were 79% engaged with the organization, with the goal, with the vision, with the aim of the organization. And employees who had mental health concerns were only at 47%. So you can see how much of a gap it is when we talk about well-being, especially from the mental health concern. Another employee sentiment survey was done, which was where it was found that the social connectivity, which is also an important aspect when it comes to mental health, plays an important role where we can develop well-being in the organizations and keep them motivated as well. So as I mentioned, that mental health has dipped due to COVID, so it's all the more important to engage your workforce with certain right activities to ensure that we can have better well-being of our employees. Moving on to the next part, which is about how the new age employee engagement is happening. So employee engagement, which we talked about, I'm sure before pre-COVID, it was more about taking the team for offsites, team visits, team dinners, parties, and those were the employee engagement that we could only think of. But it has changed now. Now employee engagement is happening in the ways where people are inviting experts to talk on mental health awareness, on emotional health awareness, what employees can do to keep their mental and emotional health in order. All these are now being talked about as the next level employee engagement. And as a matter of fact, due to this pandemic, because most of us were confined at home, I was also invited by many organizations at corporate level and at government level, where I conducted many such talks on mental health and emotional health. And I helped people to come up and cope up with those issues, whatever they were facing. So having said that, this is the next age development which is happening. Now, what exactly is corporate wellness culture? What does it entail? What is it that we talk about in corporate wellness culture? It's basically a culture which fosters employees' well-being. It fosters employees' well-being from the perspective of emotional, career, financial, professional, and even social well-being. So this is where diversity and inclusivity comes into picture as well. So social well-being is a part of all of that. It's about offering the employees a series of benefits when it comes to well-being. Like I said, financial well-being sessions can be conducted for employees where they understand how they can create more financial hygiene for themselves so that their investment is right, and things that can be done. It is integral to your team and organization's overall culture, and as we just mentioned, the moment you start investing on the corporate well-being of the employees, you would see a huge change in the success of the organization, the growth of the organization, and the productivity of the organization. So moving on, why do we need it? I just answered that question. Increased productivity, increased retention of employees, reduced health cost, market valuation increases because your employees are happier, your teams are happier, and of course the happiness quotient. At the end of the day, why are we doing what we are doing? It's for happiness. At some point we want that happiness. We want the, now happiness can come in the form of money, it can come in the form of recognition, it can come in the form of just taking care of yourselves, it can come in the form of many, many ways. Now in this as well, if you can see, workplace wellness programs, when we talk about the return on investment, so everything becomes a cost to the company. And well-being, when you put investment in it, how much are you getting in return? So there is a huge return on investment when we talk about workplace wellness programs. What does it entail? So for every $1 that is spent on employee wellness, there is a return of more than $4 coming back in the form of productivity, in the form of reduced turnover, and reduced absenteeism. So you can imagine how much are you getting as a return. And that's what is very, very important, because it's not that you're just doing it without getting any return. It's a huge potential of return that we are talking about here. And that's the reason why I say that as business leaders, you can and you should initiate these programs, because it will give you a huge return which you can't even think of at this time. 80% of respondents of a Deloitte 2020 survey that was done, it was found that wellness is the most top-rated trend at this time. Everybody wants to be well. That's the most important, because if you're well, you're fine, you can do your work, you can do whatever you want to achieve in your life. Whether it's mentally wellness, mentally being well, or it is physically being well. Now, how can you incorporate these kind of programs, or how can you incorporate the corporate wellness culture in your organization? So before we'll end this program, I would be sharing a slight glimpse of what I do generally in my sessions, which I have with various corporates. And obviously I can't do the whole thing, but I'm going to share that glimpse of it, and which I'm going to tell you in a while. So I'm creating again another set of suspense for all of you. So what can you do? So this is just a glimpse of what all you can do. You can develop customized wellness campaigns for your teams or for a group of people, where you say that this is what the health goal is for my team, and I want to achieve this health goal. And you can hire a person who will help you in achieving those health goals for your team. Virtual offline wellness week, month-long event which are led by experts. Incentivizing wellness initiatives. This is very interesting. As human beings, we are always looking at what is in it for me. Okay, I'll do something for my well-being, but what is in it for me immediately? What am I getting right now? I'm fine. I'm doing fine. I'm physically fine. I'm mentally fine. I don't think I need to do anything for my well-being. And that's what generally a young person in your team would say. However, if you incentivize them with something, and it's not necessary to incentivize only with money. You can incentivize with experiences, with certain learnings. The moment you do that, that young person of your team will be immediately motivated to take care of their well-being. And it's important to, start your well-being journey right in the beginning of your career. So incentivizing is another thing. Organizing recurring weekly stress cycles. These stress cycle meetings are basically to understand if somebody is stressed out in your team. If they are, then taking action on it. So sometimes, we are so inclined in taking care of our targets that we forget that we are getting stressed out internally. So if we are getting stressed out, what can we do? And that can be handled in these stress cycle meetings that you can organize in your team. On-site meditation classes. So meditation, I'm sure most of you might know, some of you might not know, is considered as a go-to tool for reducing your stress, for increasing your well-being, mental, emotional, any which way, even physical well-being. I'm sure most of you know that. So conducting those meditation classes, whether it's virtual or on-site, it can be done any which way. All of these can have a very, very deep impact on the well-being of your team and making sure that they are taken care of. Awareness talks on wellness and sleep. Now, sleep is something which in India is not being talked about so much. The moment you talk about sleep, people make fun of it, that what sleep, why are you talking about sleep? How is that important? But I want to share this very interesting incident that happened in one of my programs that I was conducting. And there was this gentleman who was in his 50s, and I was talking about sleep as a thing to take care of, having sleep hygiene and sleeping for enough number of hours and all that. So this person, he said that I want to share my experience for the young generation. So he talked about something which was very interesting, and he said that when he was in his 30s, there was a time when he was really running after his targets, his career. He was at a time when he had to achieve certain targets to reach a particular level. So his boss had given him some target, and he said that I was told that in 6 months I have to achieve these targets. And they were quite, in a way, unachievable, but he still said that he would do it because he was getting a promotion based on that. So he said that for 6 months, he didn't sleep properly, wherein he was sleeping only for 3 to 4 hours maximum for 6 months. He achieved his targets, he got his promotions, whatever he needed. But what happened after 6 months? Can you imagine? He was almost on the bed for 2 years. 2 years. And it's a huge, big chunk of his time. So 6 months of not getting enough sleep made him so unwell, physically, mentally, every which way, that for 2 years he was in and out of bed. He would come out, he would go to work for a few days, then went back being on the bed like. So that is what sleep does to us, and it's very important for the young generation, especially the people who are there in your young teams, and in fact any age I would say, because at every age we have these certain times when we feel that, oh, I have to do this, I have to achieve that. And we forego on something which is more important. So sleep is something that needs to be told to many people. And that was another thing. Then regular, consistent counseling sessions. Again, very important thing which many organizations have started doing it, but it needs to be done more on a consistent basis. It's happening more on an ad hoc basis where counselors come and counsel their employees on certain things. However, if there is a counselor coming every week for 2-3 hours in your organization and helping employees to manage their any kind of issues, it will help them to tackle it, and their productivity will increase because their mind will be off from all of those tensions that they might be going through. Now, meditation is something which I talked about, and I said that we will be talking about a little more. So on-site meditation classes, like I said, has been happening. A lot of CEOs, the C-level community is understanding the importance of meditation, how important meditation is. And as a matter of fact, because of the work that I do, I have been fortunate enough to help a lot of business leaders, business owners, entrepreneurs to understand how meditation can help them in growing their business. So they have understood that meditation would help them to increase their intuitive levels. And intuition, I'm sure all of you understand that it's a very, very important aspect when it comes to growing your work, growing your business. So meditation helps in that. And as I mentioned, that CEOs and business leaders are embracing meditation more than relaxation and recreational activities now. I'm not saying those are not important, those are equally important, but having meditation also as a part of your life can actually increase your levels of working, your levels of productivity as well. Now Google, Yahoo, I mean I've given few names here, SAS, Johnson & Johnson, Coca-Cola, all of these organizations have already started their journey on creating corporate wellness culture in their organization, and I have been fortunate enough to be a part of their journey as well. So it is something that makes me feel happy. At the same time, I feel that what if, from India there are more organizations who would start this, because as much as we think that India is away from all the mental health concerns, it is becoming a hub of mental health concerns now. So 1 in 4 people in India are suffering from depression. And that's a very bad number. That's not a good number. But that's the reality. So it becomes all the more important for us to give attention to our mental health concerns by creating a culture of corporate wellness. So a well-designed corporate wellness program can positively impact productivity and engagement of your organization. It's just that needs to be according to the needs of your team, your group, your organization, and once you'll see the benefits of it coming in a big, big way. Now, as I said, I'm going to give you a glimpse of what I do generally in my programs when I'm conducting wellness programs in a way. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask you to go through a short meditation session. So it's going to be a very short, brief session, just going to give you a glimpse of how you would feel if you do meditation every day. How many of you actually do meditation every day? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, okay, 7, 8, 9, wow. So the guys who are sitting in the front, all of them are doing, huh? Great. So great, so this will be an interesting thing to do, because a lot of us don't do it on a regular basis, but we can at least begin the practice of it. Since it's a very short, brief meditation, you can do it at home also, just follow whatever I say. I would want all of you to sit comfortably. Sit comfortably in the places where you're sitting. Put down your phones for a while. It will be a nice exercise for you to just keep your phones away from you just for 5 minutes. It's not for too long. So don't worry, your phones will be back with you. Once you have your phones away from you, you can take back rest properly so that you're comfortable, relax your body. Keep your hands palm up, all of you please. No, rest it on your chair or on your thighs, wherever you want to, rest it down. It's an exercise to relax, not an exercise to make you work. So just relax your body, put your hands palm up on your thighs, on the table, wherever you want to. Close your eyes now. All of you please close your eyes. At this point, I want you to just concentrate on my voice. Just on my voice. Any other distracting noises that you hear, don't let the focus go there. Just focus on my voice at this time. And as you focus on my voice, give attention to your breathing, the way you're breathing in and breathing out. Pay attention to how you're breathing in and breathing out. If any thoughts come by, just do not go with the thoughts, just keep your focus on my voice. at this point, if you can think of any thought which has been stressing you, or any thought which is causing you to feel anxious, stressed out, let that thought come in front of you. I don't want you to think about that thought, but just let it come. Just observe that thought. If there is anything that is troubling you, let it come in front of you. Let your focus be only on your breathing. As you think of that thought, it is just for observing. You're just observing that thought at this time. I would like you to take a few deep breaths now. And as you take a deep breath in, let the thought be there, hold it in. And as you breathe out from your mouth, releasing the air. And with that air, you're releasing the stress. One more time, we will breathe in from our nose, hold it in, and as you breathe out, release that thought, release that stress from your mind, body, and soul. One more time, take a deep breath in, hold it in, and as you breathe out, feel the release of that thought, of that stress coming out of your mind, body, and soul. One more time, take a deep breath in, hold it in, and release it with the release of that stress factor, with that thought which is stressing you out. Now, as you have released that thought which was stressing you, which was troubling you, feel a sense of lightness coming in you. Experience a sense of relaxation coming inside your body. At this point, I want you to bring your attention to your third eye, which is the area on your forehead between your eyebrows. Bring your attention to your third eye. And as you bring your attention to your third eye, with that relaxed feeling, experience a sensation which is happening on your third eye, on your forehead. Feel that there is a sensation happening, experience it. As you experience that sensation, you are creating an energy around you in your mind. This energy is being created as you have released the stress and you're in a relaxed frame of mind. Experience that sensation once again. Experience that sensation on your palms. Feel that sensation happening on your palms, on your forehead. And while you do so, experience that energy around you. Feel that energy all around you, inside your body, right from your head to your toe. This energy that you're experiencing will give you strength, will give you the vision, the awareness for all that you want to achieve today and for all the days to come. Experience that energy. This energy is for you to give you more and more strength. You can bring back your attention to your breathing once again now. Let your attention be back on your breathing. Bring your attention to your surroundings, to the place that you're sitting, to the seat that you're sitting on, to the spaces around you. Bring back your attention to here and now. And when you'll open your eyes, you will have that energy and the strength to go through with the day with far greater energy. You can rub your hands and put it on your face and on your eyes, and then slowly open your eyes gently. So this was a short and brief meditation for all of you to get energized for the rest of the sessions that we have for today. So how was it? Thank you, thank you. So how did you find this experience? Did anybody feel any kind of sensation? Although it was a very short one, so. Anybody? You did? Very good. Oh, very good, very good. I'm happy. Felt relaxed? Okay, very good. So this is something that I did for all of you to experience it. However, you can do this at home. You know the instructions to follow. They are not very difficult to follow. So just follow these instructions and you will feel that you're able to manage your day in a much better way, because you will be able to, give a complete to-do list also. And meditation, please, a lot of people have this misconception that meditation is all about keeping your mind away or out of all the thoughts. No, it's not about that. Meditation is a way where you get focused, and in that focused state you can give commands to yourself. And the commands that you give is what you need to be careful of. So if you're giving a command that, oh my God, today is going to be a long day, I'm going to be so stressed out. Well, you will be stressed out. But if you give a command that today is a day where I'll be able to handle everything, I'll be able to manage everything, I'll have a great day, and you will see that you'll have a great, great day. So this is what meditation does. So thank you so much for listening to me and being here. I'm really grateful and happy to be here. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sibal, for such an interesting session. It was really an eye-opener. Thank you so much, ma'am. Without much ado, let's move on to our first panel discussion on how ESG will transform businesses. The session will be chaired by Prakash Kumar, CEO, Vadvani Institute of Technology and Policy. Welcome, sir. Our panelists are Richard Reiki and Dipankar Ghosh. Welcome, sir. Over to you, Mr. Prakash.
Please use the podium.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, friends. Thank you, Ms. Sibal. Your meditation actually helped me a little bit. I was getting stressed out because we were 90 minutes late for this session. and one of the panelists left, but that has helped me to take care of. And most of you must be waiting for lunch because it's already 1:30. So what we have decided, two of the panelists and me, will cut down the session to half, 30 minutes, so that we can recover some of the time. And the MC has already told about the topic of the session, which is how environment, social governance will transform businesses. In the recently concluded COP26, the PM Modi set up the tone for massive reduction of nation's carbon footprint. And there we have a role for the government, the corporate sector, and all of us. Now in that, corporate sector has a role, and in fact, SEBI has issued a guideline in May this year asking 1,000 top listed companies to voluntarily make BRSR, which is called Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report. It is voluntary this financial year and it will become mandatory from next year. But the question is, why are we discussing here in the CIO's forum? You guys deal with, and I also have the same background. Why are we discussing that? And as Manoj mentioned in his address, today everything ultimately revolves to technology. And that is where the role of all of us in the room comes, where we need to measure how the compliances are done, how your companies achieve that. And that's where the CIOs play a big role in this particular event as well. I have with me Mr. Richard Reiki. He is a board member of KPMG Lower Gulf, Dubai. He is the former CEO of KPMG India and was a member of the Global Board and Council for KPMG International. He is a qualified CA with over 38 years experience in consulting and professional services with multi-layered, multi-sectoral, top-of-the-pyramid experience behind him. He has served clients across sectors including advertising, oil and gas, industrial and consumer markets, and specifically in the pharmaceuticals, technology, manufacturing and retail domains. The other panelist is another distinguished person, Mr. Dipankar Ghosh, who is a well-known sustainability practitioner. He has spent 3.5 decades of his professional career in supporting corporates for integrating sustainability into business. He advises on managing risk as well as leveraging opportunities in today's challenging context, including aspects of climate change mitigation and adaptation. His sector-agnostic experience spans across diverse geographies as India, Middle East, Europe, and Southeast Asia. Dipankar has also been extensively supporting government on policy advocacy related to sustainability and climate change. So with these two panelists, my job is quite easy. I just need to ask questions and they will answer the questions. So the first one to you, both of you, will be on this kind of responsible companies has been in the offing for quite some time. But what is that which has made it accelerated in last 1 year? Over to you, Richard.
See, first of all, thank you for inviting me to the organizers and thanks for the introduction. I think ESG is a concept, while people say it's old, I say it's new. I don't think people understood ESG the way it's understood now. We always looked at it as an environment and we called it ESG, but there is a much deeper meaning to ESG. So on one side we have the environment, which is putting systems and processes in place to deal with the environment, and you're moving away from shareholder to stakeholders now. So how responsible businesses are being run. And then there is a social aspect of it, which people don't talk about. But they are simmering at all board levels. Let me tell you, they are becoming major issues regarding people, regarding the wellness of employees, their drinking water, their living conditions, the wellness which she just spoke about. And that's become a major issue. In fact, if you see the top 5 items that any CEO of any company will deal with today, people would be one of them, and wellness is right on top today. And there is no question about it. The pandemic has actually made it even worse. Because look at it like this. This pandemic brought out one thing in a leader, and that is the character of the leader. The human element of the leader was brought to the fore, and I think that is very important. The third one which is there, environment, governance, social, and then we're talking of governance. How do you govern this? And that's where technology comes to play a role. Because if you don't have a technology platform, how are you going to measure the outcomes? And it has got to be, everything has to be technology driven. Today our whole life is pervasive. In fact, I was reading somewhere that the broadband, or Wi-Fi as you may call it, is the new oxygen. If you don't have Wi-Fi and you go to a youngster, you can just see the guy will go mad, or she will go mad, because that's the only life they have. And that's why she said, put down your phones for just a few minutes. And but we just keep it very close to ourselves. Even when we sleep, I think we are looking at the phone every time. But anyway, I think the more important point is, I think ESG as a concept has now become very important, and COVID has even made it even more important. And there was a UN report which came out, I don't know how many of you even read it, that by 2030, instead of reducing the carbon and the environmental damage, it's going to go up by 16%. And so all these countries' commitments that they have made at Paris, and now the recent one which you spoke about, I'm not sure how shallow those commitments are and whether there's any action being taken out there. And also very simple, we think, okay, we'll go to solar, right? We say environment, we get to solar, but do you know solar, how much power it consumes into it? Your bitcoins, what is the power it consumes? So I think the point that we have to realize is that a lot of these things which we think are environment friendly may not be. What about the landfills after the solar panels are over with the plastic behind it? All this fast fashion which is creating huge amount of land problems, because where does the garments go after 1 month of wearing, or once or twice of wearing? So I think we have issues which are it is not possible for one segment of society, whether it's corporate, whether it's government. I think everybody will have to come together to actually see how we can do it. So I think ESG is here to stay. It's important because corporates will get funding at different rates. There are going to be rating agencies which are going to rate corporates. Blackstone CEO very clearly made it, I'm not going to fund a single company which is not ESG compliant. And I can tell you there are some banks, I'll not name them because for confidentiality reasons, but they have written to their customers saying that give me your carbon footprint, when you're going to reduce it, otherwise your loans will be withdrawn. So I think the point is these are now real because people know it, and it is going to be the market which is going to give you valuation. I've been practicing corporate governance for long, since it came to India, and I can tell you how well companies have performed now after so many years. And if we don't practice it in spirit, I think we're just wasting our time. It cannot be in form. We cannot be just ticking this. He spoke about the form which SEBI is given. If you fill the form for the sake of filling it, you're not going to achieve anything. Yep. If it is not practiced in spirit, we're just wasting our time. Yeah. Thank you.
Thanks, Richard. What about your views, Dipankar? It's on.
I think, Richard, you are absolutely right. And I think today, the pandemic has really made us realize how vulnerable, we are. And, it has started making us think how, on one hand, our actions can perhaps prevent this kind of natural disaster. And on the other hand, how to become more and more resilient, when such kind of things happen. And, many specialists, and there are scientific evidence which is telling that perhaps the next natural disaster could be related to, climate change, and that climate, which is one of the major components of ESG today. And therefore, the evidences are quite clear across the world. We are seeing, the droughts, we are seeing, wildfires in the US, in Siberia, in southern Greece. We are seeing floods in so many countries, in China, in India, in Europe. These are the indications which we cannot ignore, and it is very clear that environment and its attributes are very important in our life. And therefore, this is leading to a different kind of consciousness, which is, furthering the cause of integrating ESG into business. You cannot continue to behave irresponsible anymore. Corporates are meant for generating profits, but that profit has to be generated in a more meaningful and responsible manner. And that is how ESG today, I think, is become so important. And as Richard very rightly says, it's being considered in investment decisions by banks, by your own investment, and it is going to stay.
Thanks, Dipankar. Richard, you mentioned about investors looking at your carbon footprint and your scoring. Now that's one part. How conscious are the regulators and others in our country vis-a-vis other countries in Asia? Because you have a very broader outlook, having worked in multiple countries.
So I think India is a little late off the block, but I don't think it is as late, because ESG, like I said, is a very recent concept in my view, my personal view. It has been there forever, but it was never being seriously followed by anybody. So while many of the other Asian countries like China, Taiwan, Malaysia, Singapore already have laws and rules and regulations there, SEBI has just brought it out for the first 1,000 companies, like you said, and it is going to spread it in the next 2-3 years across all other companies also. So regulators have become very conscious, but more than the regulators, it is the foreign investors also driving a lot of change. And here I would like to give one example, because see, without example, it is just worthless talking about all this. You take Unilever, for example. Unilever, Paul Polman was an advocate of environmental sustainable living. And when he came in, the company suffered a lot in the first 1 or 2 years. Their profits plummeted, their share price fell, but he stuck to his agenda of building a sustainable company. And what he did build, today you see where Unilever is. I mean, today their profit comes because of the way they operate. The second company that I want to give an example is IKEA. IKEA, right from the beginning, has been talking of circular economy. And today, for the first time, I don't know how many of you picked it up, but they've opened a store in Sweden where you can give back your old furniture, which they'll refurbish. It's like giving back your old car. So basically what they don't want them to go to the landfills, they want it to go back to different uses. And I think these are, there are many other companies. I'm just giving 2 examples, one of circular economy and one of sustainable kind of companies as good examples. But India is now back in the race. We got Prime Minister who made big commitments at the recent summit. And I'm sure we will, India will see itself. And also we are good as far as solar is concerned, as far as alternate energy is concerned. And but we need, but more important than that is for the corporate to take ESG as part of main strategy. Because if you don't take it as part of main, it can't be a bolt-on strategy. If it's a bolt-on strategy, I've done enough of consulting to tell you it's going to die a natural death. Unless it's part of main strategy, when you look at the performance of a company, you look at ESG outcomes, and outcomes are not measured. In fact, people are saying, I don't care what you talk on your website about ESG, show me the results. Has your carbon footprint come down, and what are you doing to get it down? So Western countries have used third world countries to say, okay, we give these guys credits, we give them money, and we get away with it. Where does third world countries go? Where does emerging countries go there? So I think it's important that everybody, including academia actually, I've not touched upon it, which needs to come out with solutions which will help the world and save the planet. I think we are in a very precarious situation at the moment.
Dipankar, you advise lots of companies in India on this particular aspect. One, Richard mentioned about just filling up the form which SEBI has given. But that's one aspect. Are they going beyond that? What is the, I'm not asking you to name the companies, but at least you can tell us, and how they are doing, especially for our CIOs who are sitting here, what relevance it has for them.
I think, Prakash, the regulatory requirements, trigger companies or motivates companies to take the initial action in many cases that we have seen. across the world, with interaction with the companies. What happens is the ESG or sustainability is something, what gets triggered, and then, you initially try to do things which makes you regulatory compliant. The emissions, effluents, control these things to the acceptable limit and do the minimal amount of, disclosures which is required by such SEBI regulation or whatever has come in. From there you start the journey, and then what happens is you try to do things which actually makes you more efficient, helps in improving your bottom line. For example, you try to increase your material efficiency, your energy efficiency, and so on and so forth, which is the next typical step companies take. Then what happens when these companies, goes one step further, matures a little more, then what happens is you try to look out for those business opportunities, which ESG or sustainability brings in. For example, if I can improve my product services, which will be much more acceptable to consumers, which are more environmentally sustainable, which are more acceptable in today's world. So that is the third step, and then you go on to a step where you do things which you become the role model as an industry, as in Richard mentioned about Unilever, IKEA. These are the companies, and there are a lot of Indian companies as well which are doing very well, and they are actually being, this is the stage when you not just chase profit, but actually you talk about what you call social well-being of the whole your action. You are actually the capitals, you are improving on the capitals, social capital, intellectual capital, human capital, and so on and so forth. So that is where you actually start motivating others, as well as those which are in your value chain. They start actually doing similar things which will be the good for the world. So that is how the journey of corporate happens, and it starts always, of course, these regulatory things are very important, which gives a nudge to the companies to start acting.
Thanks, Dipankar. So Richard, in this ESG, E has a big important role, and if we go, the companies have to adopt new technologies, green technologies. The large ones can do. What about the medium and the small one? What do they do? In fact, you briefly touched upon that these Western countries, they pass it on, they give the, but what do the third world do? So what is their, and what is their advice for them? I mean, how do they go about it?
Yeah, so if you look at the small and medium sector industry, actually that contributes to about 80 to 90% of production across the world, not just India. And they have challenges around resources. They have challenges around having the money. So I think the one way in which, and recently this sector has been very badly hit, yes. Financially hit, business-wise. First time in India, consumption has fallen, demand has fallen, workers are not there, production, everything has become quite, it's quite scary to be in their shoes actually, honestly. I think a time has come when we actually go with a cluster-based approach, where we create and we provide these people with those kind of investments, etc., and it's pay as per use. They don't have the money to invest, honestly, and we will be just hitting ourselves against a wall. And I think we need to go with a cluster-based approach. I think China proved it. China was successful because they went with cluster. In fact, I was talking to somebody the other day, and I was saying, okay, the tires, I'm talking of Chinese tires. He's saying they've come and eaten our market. And so I said, but their quality will not be, he said, quality is better than us. So how do they manage it? Because they went with a cluster-based approach, and I think we need to use that cluster-based approach to be able to provide R&D. One of the big items is technology. We could use technology to be able to make the outreach much better. We spoke, Vineet Goenka was saying, come out with ideas, all you CIOs sitting here, whether you can come with new ideas around it. I think these small sector needs serious support, financial support, I would say. And also the bigger companies can provide that support actually. If you ask me, the bigger, like the Western countries are doing to the emerging markets, I think it's time the larger companies actually provide to their entire ecosystem. So it's just not about themselves, but it's about their suppliers, about their customers, how they are also as eco-friendly as the company wants to be. Because you cannot be isolated and saying, I am sustainable, but my entire ecosystem is broken. And I think that is where the larger companies will have to play a larger role here.
Thanks, Richard. Now just we have 5 minutes. Last question to both of you. What kind of message you have for the people sitting here when they go back? What do they do? How do they help their companies in improving their ESG score or the footprint?
I think it's a very pertinent question, because sitting in this room, that is something needs to be discussed. And I think today, the digital transformation that is happening, that is not only restricted to the IT department of a company or the responsibility of the CIO. To be very frank, actually this transformation is happening across the business functions of the organization, and CIOs are obviously enabling it. Similarly, ESG is not being looked at a chief sustainability officer who has earlier been implementing some solar project or energy efficiency project or tree plantation and these kind of things. Now, ESG has gone into the business. And people are, integrating ESG into the business. Similarly, the CIO's function is actually to enable, the business functions to this digital transformation, to take help of this, digitally enabled tools that will be helping to transform. For example, the application of such is, when you are implementing ESG, there's a huge amount of data that needs to be processed. For example, when are you analyzing the climate risk, you need to do a lot of analysis, artificial intelligence, and all these things come in. So I think that is where the CIO needs to play a role in enabling their colleagues into digitally responsible.
I would agree with whatever Dipankar said, and I would just like to supplement it by saying, how do we touch 1 billion lives? How do we use technology to actually get there? First of all, there needs to be an awareness. What is ESG in the company, amongst everybody across the organization? And I think that has to come from some serious training, some awareness programs that everybody knows it. Then there needs to be a plan, and then there needs to be built into the business. There needs to be some serious investments, and there needs to be outcomes. Because ultimately, at the end of it, everybody looks at profit. And they will say, okay, we're putting all these investments in, when do we get our returns? And if we can get our returns out of it, and this requires innovative, out-of-box thinking. And I think that is something, innovation has now become part of our lives. And if we think that innovation is going to be done by one individual or by some companies, innovation has to be done by everybody at every point of the time. Third, very important, I will say here, is about agility. How agile are we in dealing with the circumstances as we come? See, the point is, this pandemic came and hit us. You can't deal, whatever is there, but you can deal with the outcome, right? You can deal with the outcome, and if you're better prepared, maybe we could have been better dealt with it. Companies which were better prepared, they bounced back much faster than the ones which did not. So I would say that everybody, when you go back to your companies, you must say that ESG is important. We as technology people can play a major role, in fact, a very major role in helping implement it and also helping ensure that the profitability comes. We heard Manoj Kohli talk of robos and talk of artificial intelligence, blockchain. This is all the new technology which is there, which is going to help companies actually achieve the goals that they set. Because technology has become pervasive. Forget about ESG. Technology is pervasive in all our lives. I'm a consultant. I cannot say I don't know technology. Maybe I didn't grow up on technology, but if I don't know technology, what advice will I give my clients? And I think technology is very, very important. You are the experts, but all business leaders need to understand how you can use that technology to become successful. And I would say, to make ESG successful, if you want your market valuations up, if you want, when these rating agencies are going to come and rate companies on ESG, and the market valuation is going to go up those companies, I think that is what is going to drive the real change in ESG. And I think that's where we can start playing the game. That's why I say India is not far behind. India can actually go there much faster, because We heard of Jugaad, we heard of innovation. I think India is up there when that innovation comes. I mean, we are a country of billion entrepreneurs, so I think we can get there.
Thank you, Richard. Thank you, Dipankar. We have just managed to do the whole thing in 30 minutes. Thank you very much for your patience, and thank you, Subhendu, for giving us this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. A big thanks to Richard Reiki, Board Member KPMG Dubai and former CEO KPMG India, and Dipankar Ghosh, Partner and Leader Sustainable Change and ESG, Think Through Consulting. Also, I would like to call upon stage Mr. Ronak Samantre and Ms. Ekta Sibal to please present mementos to the speakers.
Thank you very much.
One more thing. So just wait for a group photograph. Sir, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you all to join the lunch. I will also remind you that we must come back in the auditorium by 2:40 p.m. Good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, may I request you to take your seats so that we can start our event further. Now, I would like to call upon stage Tanmay Chakrabarti, Group Government Affairs Officer, Tata Sons Private Limited, to speak on infrastructure sector transformation. Please, sir, join us. Over to you, sir.
Post-lunch, always a challenge, but I really appreciate all of you who have come back. Thank you to Shubhendu for inviting me here to speak in a CIO forum. By background, I am not one. I have been leading the business of government for TCS for 14 years till 2018, and then onwards I now am responsible for government affairs for Tata Sons, which is the parent company of the Tata Group. So therefore, I continue to be having one common factor, which is to deal with the government. So I want to firstly congratulate GEC Media Group for convening this India chapter of, I'm told, multiple cities across where they set up this global forum, finally culminating in Dubai, where they have the global CIO forum, where I'm sure some amongst you would be there. And this afternoon, for the next couple of minutes, I am expected to be sharing with you some trends and discuss with you technology and the roadmap that I see in the infrastructure space. Another role that I carry is as a part of the FICCI subcommittee for infrastructure. I chair that subcommittee for the last 2 years. So I am interacting fairly and squarely with the subject of infrastructure in India, where we have from our group 2 companies who are involved with infrastructure. One is of course Tata Projects, and we are very proud to say that we are building the new parliament in India, which is the first Indian company to build a parliament for India. The last one was built by a British company in 1921. And we are now building the new parliament. That's one of the projects that Tata Projects does. And of course, we have Tata Realty, which is in the commercial, residential, and industrial infrastructure building space in the country. They have millions of square feet of work in progress happening all over the country. So, just a couple of points. I think I don't need to carry coal to Newcastle. You're all technologists here. But some of the things that I would say include the fact that what have we learned from the pandemic in the context of India. Of course, the world has learned lessons in different forms and shapes, and every country had their own unique set of challenges. But the ones that we had in India are some things that I think we should kind of introspect and learn lessons from going forward. For example, we had this acute problem of the flight of labor from our urban cities back to the villages. Millions of people, we saw those scenes, walked the streets with whatever baggage they could, and they went back to the respective villages at the beginning of the pandemic. Primarily because there was no basic urban civic infrastructure for them to be here. Of course, the work had stopped, but at least if they had low-cost housing, for example, or if they had affordable housing, that could have been a way to kind of retain them in some form, because anyway the government was providing for free food and ration, but at least that would have avoided the flight of people from urban to rural areas. So clearly the de-slumification of urban cities is one of the priorities that emerged as a lesson. We have to de-slumify the cities in India, especially the ones where there is a whole frenetic activity of infrastructure development going on, housing, roads, flyovers, etc. They are also the ones where we have the largest slums. So de-slumification. So therefore, from a technological standpoint, the prioritization has to be on prefabricated housing. So that comes in as a major element and piece to be able to plug the millions of homes that we have to build as a country to be able to convert our slums in the cities into residential, civilized residential infrastructural housing for the masses. The second thing came healthcare. It is because of the lack of healthcare facilities that there was, every single hospital was choked. We ran out of oxygen, and now there is a big move to be able to make self-sufficient oxygen within the captive confines of a hospital. So there's a tremendous amount of technology of oxygen generating kits that are coming into hospitals, and I believe that the new hospitals that are going to get built will have a mandate for self-sufficiency and not depend on the cylinder transport that comes in to refill cylinders and oxygen in hospitals. So clearly there's another major infrastructural push of the government to which the country is responding. Yes, we have learnt it the hard way. The same thing happened when we talked about our inadequacy of not even having a capability to make PPE kits, to a situation where during the pandemic we have now come to a PPE surplus and export capable infrastructure that has been built in the country. So clearly when as they say, the tough gets going when the situation becomes tough. So whether it is in that area, the next big area that is of infrastructural push in the country is going to be drinking water. 76% of disease in the country is actually emanating from the fact that people are drinking questionable quality of water. And if you are able to solve that problem in some form and in some quantum, you can imagine the cascading impact that it can have on healthcare costs in the country, as well as the overall general health of the people, mostly the working class, because there is the common issue of diarrhea, etc., which are all emanating from people drinking questionable quality of water. So the Jal Jeevan mission of the government, where Har Nal Se Jal, 55 liters of water to every single individual household in the country, with a budget overlay of 3,25,000 crores has been embarked upon. So there's a huge amount of technology that's coming in the area of drinking water, whether it is IoT sensors, whether it is the ability to be able to remotely manage the supply of water and conversion of water from questionable quality to potable quality, all of that through technology. And I was actually shown a very fascinating dashboard by Mr. Bharat Lal, who is the mission director of Jal Jeevan Mission, where sitting in his office he is able to monitor the what's going on with potable water in every single block, taluka, district of the country. So huge input of technology in this space is something that I foresee coming in. Then let's look at public transportation. I mean, a city like Delhi can't afford any more cars, and yet the largest number of cars are being sold every day in the city of Delhi. There is no roads anymore for cars. So we have to really focus on public transportation and green energy public transportation, not even CNG buses. We have to be looking at electric buses. Delhi, to my estimate, needs about 30,000 electric buses to be able to guarantee a bus every 5 minutes to a citizen in Delhi. And if a bus in every 5 minutes is actually assured to the citizen, I'm sure many like me, for example, would leave our cars behind at home and take public transportation, which should be clean, air-conditioned, efficient, and it should have a mobile application which should tell me that I will reach my destination in so and so time if I get the bus from my bus stop at so and so time. So when you put all these factors together, there's a huge overplay, underplay of technology which can then bring a bus, for example, can bring 70 people from one location to another. A car can at the most take 4 people. So if you really focus on public transportation, you can imagine the impact it can have in freeing up the roads of cars and two-wheelers. So therefore, public transportation is another area of focus. Of course, a lot of work is going on in the metro, but the last mile connectivity still remains a problem. You will find the clutter around the metro stations, and then you have all this unorganized business of connecting you to your last mile from the metro station to your destination, and that remains a bottleneck. So from a trends perspective, air quality, if I take it, if we had a proposition for the chairman of NDMC, for example, where we talked about air quality sensors, using IoT to map the measure of air quality in different locations in and around the jurisdiction of NDMC, and let that be consumed by the people by way of a mobile application. The intent was that if you are able to democratize that information for the people, let people know what is the air quality of their vicinity, of their locality, and therefore the ones which have better air quality, the valuation of the property, real estate actually goes up, and the ones which have lower air quality or worse air quality, the valuations, etc., remain low, and therefore the citizens start believing what is it that I need to do to improve my air quality, to be able to improve my valuation of my property. So democratization of information is another facet that we in India are really, kind of bereft of information. For example, does any one of you know what is the status of the Member of Parliament's local area development fund expenditure situation on a real-time basis? We need to know, as we have elected the people to the Parliament. They need to be informing the citizens what are they doing with that MP lad. Of course, during the pandemic, the MP lad was frozen, and that money was diverted by the government for more productive and other prioritized uses. But till the time that it was in place, does any one of us know what's the real-time situation of the MP lad funds? Which MP has spent money on what developmental project in his constituency? So again, democratization of information of such facets can definitely bring about a huge public involvement in the whole process of national development. For example, everything has a start date, but there is no end date attached to any project that you take. You see a flyover happening, there will be a board saying project started on so and so date, but when is the committed date of completion? It's not there, it's missing. So there is a kind of a moving target. So democratization of information, again, using technology, to my mind, can be a big way in which people can be involved in the process by keeping them informed, by being able to have their opinion, their feedback on all that's going on. So clearly we have a long way to go. The pandemic has definitely taught all of us huge lessons. Look at what it has done in the space of education, where you didn't have a school operational for 14 to 16 months, and some of the students have actually missed an entire period of a term of a class, of not having seen their classroom in that, let's say, class 6, 7, 8, whatever, and gone to the next class. So the advent of digital content for education is another area of focus for us. More importantly, digital content of education in the context of local languages. So, and the ability to consume that through the BharatNet, which is the fiber optic network that is being laid in the country by the government using Universal Service Obligation Fund, which is going to ensure connectivity to the last mile and the last village. The the consumption of data has become like an oxygen that we all need to breathe. And that's become completely a given. In fact, in many ways, the pandemic has actually accelerated the ability for people to think digital and to act digital. It has fast-forwarded the process. Many people were sitting on the fence and realizing that they could live in a physical world. But now they realize the need and the absolute imperative use of digital. And we are evolving with a concept called phygital, which is a part physical, part digital kind of interface for our lives. So I think India has tremendously molded itself. It is resilient, it is resurgent. There is a clear leadership intent to be able to get to amongst the Committee of Nations. We have a huge demographic dividend capability, provided we are able to skill the people in the right direction. We can actually be the labor and the job and the skilled providers for the whole world. The rest of the world is aging. Europe is aging. Japan is aging. We are still a 27, 28 average age country. So therefore, that's the asset that we have, and I think the elements are being put in place. And infrastructure. The National Infrastructure Fund, for example, is a clear prioritization of the fact that there is a need for robust infrastructure to be able to accelerate the growth momentum of the country. And therefore, the government is putting the priorities in the right place. There is going to be the huge advent of technology-infused infrastructure that's going to come. I mentioned some working examples of areas in which hugely we can see technology coming in, and I clearly foresee a next generation India which is going to be a much more technologically enabled India, whether it is from a governance perspective, whether it is from a corporate as well as a retail perspective as well, with the advent of things like our Tata digital app, the Tata Neo, which is now coming in and is already being test marketed amongst Tata employees. Clearly, the tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 city interface for retail transactional capability is growing rapidly in the country. And so is the advent of logistics players who are coming and taking care of the last mile fulfillment of such retail virtual transactions that are happening between the consumer and these companies or these portals that are aggregators of these companies that have goods and services. So clearly there's a tremendous amount of volatility positively in the whole context of India, and I'm sure that technology is going to play a pivotal role in ensuring that this is accelerated, the growth momentum is maintained, and we come back to levels which can then cascade India to a nation of substance in the very near future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, sir, for this remarkable session and highlighting the tremendous work in the sector and the transformation that infrastructure in India is going through. Let's move on to our second panel discussion on role of digital technologies and enabling business transformation. I would like to call upon stage Mr. Arun Shankar, Chief Editor, GEC Media Group, and other panelists on stage. The session will be moderated by Arun Shankar, Chief Editor, GEC Media Group. We have with us Senior Technology Leader, Mr. Hilal Khan, VP and Operating Head, Honda Car India Private Limited. Another well-known name is Deepak Karmakar, VP Infosec, Paygate India Private Limited. Also, we have with us Neeti Wahi, Group Chief Information and Digital Officer, Sterlite Power. And last but not the least, we have with us Mr. Jay Murug, Please join us, sir. Okay. Over to you, sir.
Thanks. Thank you, Deepika. As we can see, so this is Jay, Hilal, Neeti, and Deepak. Okay, so we had a slight shift of order. So social media, please note, the sequence has changed. Don't get the names wrong. Okay, so I'm pleased to welcome the panelists. And good afternoon, everybody here. Once again, after lunch, I'm sure all of your attention is right on track. We're going to have an absolutely exciting panel because I'm going to ask very, very exciting and controversial questions, right? We have an agreement on that. So pleased to welcome the panelists. Role of digital technologies in enabling transformation of business, right? You agreed to that across industries. Luckily, we have gentlemen here and ladies here in automobiles, distribution of power, tools such as compliance, big data and analytics. So we're going to have questions and expect answers from these areas. Great panel, well equipped to answer these questions. Some housekeeping. So I agreed to reduce the panel length to 30 minutes. 2 questions, 4 of you, 3 minutes each, 25 minutes, 5 minutes. Hopefully we can get some questions from the audience. So let's go to the first question. I will follow the same sequence that I have over here. So I'd like to start with Hilal. So Hilal, long baseline in Honda. So automobiles is your forte. Am I right on that?
Yes.
Fantastic. So automobiles, we have seen, we know what is automobiles, we know connected cars, we know autonomous cars, we know robotic manufacturing. Give us an update, first question. Organizations such as yours, reinventing themselves to keep pace with the changes. Automobile sector, how is it happening? What is the focus? Your point of view, go ahead.
So first of all, thank you so much for having me here. Good afternoon, everybody. See, as you understand that auto industry is going through disruption. And that disruption is on account of case. So when I say case, it is connected, autonomous, shared, and electric. At the time when the auto industry is going through the disruption, IT industry is also going through the disruption. And I think this is the best time for this disruption to marry between auto and IT. What is really important to understand as to how the customer behavior is changing. I am not going to talk about pandemic because, pandemic we have spoken a number of times in last 1.5, 2 years. But the basic behavior of the customer is changing. And the policy framework is also changing. Since auto industry is a capital intensive industry, I think there is a lot of back-end pressure at the auto OEM as to how to take care of all these things. And when we talk about any pressure which is coming internally or externally, we have to innovate. And when we have to innovate for our business, we have to innovate for our supply chain, we have to innovate for our customer experience. And as a result, to knit all these things, we have to have the technology piece. And that technology piece, that is actually forcing all of us to change. That is actually enabled by the so-called digital transformation. This digital transformation is actually bringing us closer to our customers, bringing us closer to our supply chain, and bringing us closer to the decision making as to how in this volatile world, considering the dynamics of the market, we can adapt the technology for us to keep the business in the right direction, to give the competitive edge to the business. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting. Good point you raised about 2 different cycles, both disconnected, and now we are trying to phase them together. So change in one, driving, changing in the other. Absolutely fascinating answer over there. I'd like to go to Dr. Deepak. So Dr. Deepak, I see a very fascinating profile, a doctorate in cyber law and IT management.
Yes.
Quite a rare combination. Also a good baseline of experience in compliance, cyber security and other areas. So same question over there. I think your area is more on financial and other areas. What is the sort of disruption happening in fintech, let's say, driven by the pandemic, driven by digital transformation? What is the way forward for this industry? Go ahead.
See, in this pandemic, actually, payment gateway things are changed. New rules were complained by RBI for us. There were many frauds. So, going with digital transformation, we had to see the cyber security part also in that thing. So, now we are, when any new thing is developed, a cyber security analyst is also involved in the development process. And by this, we are finding the bugs in the first level only till the time the code is uploaded to the production servers. So by this, we are enhancing customer experience also, and there are less frauds coming up.
Okay. Any specific technologies or any specific
roadmap,
just like
we are using
Hilal had mentioned?
AI now to analyze the things, and we are also implementing tokenizations for all the transactions.
Okay, great, fantastic. So I'd like to go to you now, Niti. Your area is, of course, you recently joined Sterlite Power. Power brings to mind monolithic transmissions and power generation, but I think your organization is looking at digital technologies converged with power generation and distribution. Am I right about that?
Yeah, well, the organization operates more in the transmission space.
Okay.
But since the power sector itself is having such a tremendous investment coming in from the government and so much of focus, obviously we are also looking at broadening into other areas.
Okay, so give us an idea. Obviously, just like automobiles, different disruption cycles, definitely the cost of distribution of electricity, the cost of, let me say, energy, the cost of distribution of energy, the cost of production of energy, and obviously leveraging technologies is the challenge, right?
Always has been.
Okay, great.
This sector...
Go ahead, please.
This sector traditionally hasn't really been tech driven. And I think that change has started happening for the past couple of years, I think driven more so over the last 2 years.
So give us an idea, with convergence of networking technologies, microgrid, green energy, sustainability, all put together, what's the vision in terms of companies such as yours? Go ahead.
The vision is a large one. The vision is to bring sustainable power to all Indians.
Okay.
That's how we think of our vision. To execute it, of course, there are lots of teams, lots of challenges and newer concepts. And rightly so, there was a discussion happening around ESG some time back, which is one of the more recent concepts that is being adopted, imbibed, and actively looked at by the company, our company as well, like most other businesses. I think looking at the carbon footprint is something we're all doing now. It's perhaps the highest in the space of energy consumption and generation. So the generation aspect perhaps is being taken care of when you're moving to renewables. But on the consumption side, on transmission and on distribution, how do you really take it up there is the challenge.
Fantastic. And is this a universal, I mean, is it an industry-wide, or is it specific companies can leverage various disruption cycles? How does it look like?
No, I think certain technologies, so in the power sector, we're going after two streams of technologies. We call it the engineering side and the IT side. The digital piece comes more in the IT side. But on both areas, there's a lot of push now on using more, for example, robot-based stringing, drone-based stringing, more use of helicranes, not just to transport equipment, but even to set up towers, etc. So that's on the engineering side. On the IT side, we're looking more at leveraging GIS, looking at bringing in data around climate, etc. Looking at soil data, looking at the areas where we are constructing the lines, looking at social data of those particular areas, looking at land cost data, etc. All of that is not digitized today.
Correct.
All states don't have it digitized. So how do you get it? How do you build more machine learning on top of these areas? So the challenge for us is not to build the algorithms only, but also to source the data. So how do we source it? We are thinking, should we crowdsource? Of course, we are using our policy advocacy teams to try and get as much as we can from the government, but those are the areas we're looking at now.
Very interesting. I guess we'll come back again on some other aspects over there. I'd like to go to Jay now. Jay, M76 Analytics, very interesting company. The profile I read is put together by the IIT Bombay alumni. Very interesting. Give us a quick snapshot of that because it's quite an interesting concept. Go ahead, please.
Oh, yeah. Actually, we were incubated with a very single mind by SIGN, the business incubator of IIT Bombay. They said that, look, there are a lot of Indian companies professing to do analytics, but they're sort of implementing products. They're implementing a ClickView, a Tableau, they're running something on Azure. As an institute and as a Make in India policy, they were very keen on an Indian company building an AI platform with its own algorithms. So that was a sort of tall mandate we started with. We are sort of patenting about 2 of our algorithms now. And they sort of do away with the traditional method of dealing with data, which is built around data models, star schema, then doing sprints with the business, figuring out what they need. It sort of does away with all that and tries to automate and even have that like a machine learning process, where the machine can actually mimic what the user is trying to ask. So that's where we are trying to push the envelope to.
Very interesting. I also saw this word volcano, which basically gives an idea that a lot of the players in the industry are not doing their job. Is your solutions in that sense disruptive, transformative? What's the connection there?
Yeah, they are based on the white spaces we've observed. So for example, even after having the costliest software, like, some licenses cross 1 crore, in deployment. And even after that, we found organizations taking the outputs from those products, sitting with Excel sheets and still trying to do something.
Interesting.
So there is a last mile, there is a most intelligent hour of the discussion which has not been met by the products. And that's exactly what we are trying to cater to.
Great. So let's assume that it was an organization like yours, and there are so many vendor solutions offering cloud-based analytics, big data, data lakes. I mean, there's huge range of. How should an organization like yours be digitally ready, future ready for its customers? I think that is the point you're trying to make, right?
Yeah, I think it works both ways. See, before the pandemic began, it was like, oh, okay, this is a nice to have thing, and there is a niche team in the company dealing with this. But I think after the pandemic, it's not a matter of a competitive edge, it's a matter of survival. How are you going to survive? And I'll give you a very, case in point, sort of a succinct example of that. And I'm quoting the Wall Street Journal. PepsiCo in the United States during the pandemic actually set up something called the Digital Hub. And I think that's a must read for anybody who's dreaming of a digital transformation. They said in the course of the pandemic, we had to design newer snack formats. What is the snack packing? What is the flavor? We have to validate it with the customers. We had to realign the supply chain. So they actually took up a set of people, a bunch of people who knew math, analytics. They put along with them a set of people who knew technology. They said, we can't wait for product upgrades to come from software vendors. Sure. We need technology that's going to be flexible with us, right? And then they put business in the team. So technology, math, and business. And Pepsi rolled out 2 digital hubs in the United States. People who worked with those digital hubs say that, they expect, lead time reduction to the extent of 80%, energy utilization effectiveness to go up by about 50%. So these are sort of goals you got to be chasing now. And for that, you perhaps need this next generation software, the next generation team. You need that.
Very interesting. A few interesting points over there about forcing organizations such as yours to deliver if you have definite outcomes, right? That's a key takeaway I can see coming. If the outcomes are clear, organizations, suppliers have to deliver.
No, and actually the expectation from the customers that we have is very simple. You should have clean data that is governed. Because invariably we found losing 6 months into an engagement only to trying to clean up the data. To have basic data governance in place. But I think once that is in place and you really know where exactly is the sweet spot between math and business, technology is only an enabler. So that's where the real assurance of delivering a good solution comes from.
Okay, great. Thanks very much over there, Jay. Hila, I'd like to come back to you on the second round. Now, obviously, automobile sector, like you mentioned, going through transformation both for customer expectations plus business models and so on. Key technologies which you see being utilized by the industry 2022 and ahead. in a significant way? I mean, changing, meeting, helping you to meet customer expectations, improving the shop floor, and so on. Go ahead.
See, so, sustenance or competitive edge, enabler or differentiator, we should not start talking technology first. It is business first. And for that, we have to understand what is the context. Now, for us, the context is the margins are reducing. The customer expectation is increasing. And in this context, we have to divide our business into two parts. One is the offense side of the business, and second is the defense side of the business. So when I'm talking about offense side of business, it is typically my marketing, sales, and after sales.
Correct.
And here the outcome is easy to measure, simple, quantifiable, tangible. So what is really important for me as to how I can reduce my lead time, how I can have my expectation match against the market demand to my production, how I can ensure that the cancellation can be minimized, how I can have predictive maintenance, how I can have reduction in my inventory carrying cost. So considering all those things which are actually adding tangible value to my business outcome, I am talking about the technology today. And that technology could be AI, ML, 5G, IoT, that is something that we are really considering at this point of time.
Okay, very interesting. Any thoughts on autonomous and connected cars? Where are we in Asia and this country? Any thoughts over there?
So connected, I think it will take some more time. This is my understanding. I'm not talking on behalf of the auto industry. But connected is very much here in India. We were the first company to have launched a connected car in India in 2015. And since then it is actually evolving, and that evolution is led by customer. Because every day you are using connected car and you are getting the benefit of the connected car, you are asking more and more features to be incorporated in the connected car. And for us, it is important to give you the additional features, convenience, fun, peace of mind, safety, at the same time bring some kind of revenue model for us as well, wherein what is really happening, the customer is expecting some kind of benefit without actually willing to pay for any kind of services. So this is where we have to strike the balance, but I think it is evolving, and we will soon tap it as well.
Great, great insights over there, especially that the customer wants to pay and doesn't want to pay, but ready to pay. And what are those features they're ready to pay? What are the features they're not ready to pay? Absolutely brilliant. So Deepak, I'd like to continue with you. We started talking about compliance and fintech and other areas. Also, I see you have good expertise and understanding of cybersecurity. What is happening over there in terms of evolution of the solutions, technologies? What is the landscape like? Any thoughts on that?
Talking about cybersecurity, see, in our company, we are now launching bug bounty programs to find bugs in our codes, in our data also. We are already moved on cloud, and we are already doing our data analysis, like Jay said, but it's in-house again. And for compliance, for this we are doing 5 compliances like ISO, PCI DSS, data localization, and now IS audit and cybersecurity audit also we do to comply with all the regulations.
Sure. Any enabling technologies that come to your mind which can smoothen this process, accelerate, improve the the deliverable compliance of the
Currently we are working, rightly I said, like we are working on AI and ML and microservices also. So we are doing to enhance customer experience and reduce fraud. We are using these technologies right now. So it's in development phase right now.
Okay, great. Thank you, Deepak. So Niti, coming back to you, you mentioned quite a large landscape in terms of the land acquisition and the the construction, the enabling technologies, the business models. But specifically going forward, what would be the key type of technologies where organizations such as yours could build sustainable business models, which are, let's say, more future ready?
So 2 areas that I think this entire industry is really looking at is, one is of course on the IoT side. We build this large infrastructure, you could build it over a year, 2 years, but then you have to run it over the next 20, 25 years. So so the cost aspect of it is really critical, and today we throw men at the problem. But the intent is to move away from that and see, how there could be smarter ways of running more predictive mechanisms of maintenance of this infrastructure. Nobody wants to deal with a power outage, and those are the assurances we have to give as well as, as a business. So leveraging IoT in monitoring and taking it to a scale where we could make it more predictive is what we want to do. That's definitely one area. The second is, for us, the construction is really important. Everything is linked to a very, very firm schedule. You can't afford to have any variance in time or variance in cost. So how closely can you monitor the way work is happening, how your partners are progressing, because we work with a lot of partners. So also trying to leverage digital twins there is an area that the industry is going after.
Interesting. I mean, lots of areas which look interesting over there. Now, the asset management, how is this actually changing? Because we had traditional ways, the Gs and all that doing asset management. Are we seeing new vendors coming in who can offer more faster asset management, predictive maintenance combined as a solution? Do you see anything happening on that landscape of technology vendors?
Yes, certainly. Most technology vendors are talking about solutions in that space, but I would say these are still at proof of concept stage. At least within India, very few are really tested. Okay. I think even when we ran some POCs, one of the challenges to deal with is there's so much data coming through that how do you have a method to the madness, really? So that's another key area that we're looking at.
That's a nice key takeaway. I want to pose this question to the audience. Anyone here has a solution to managing madness, right, of data, deluge of data? Any thoughts? I'll come back. I think I had Dr. Amrut here who wanted to offer some suggestions. Are you here, Dr. Amrut? Okay, so just hang on. I will finish this round, and I want your question on this aspect. How do you actually suggest or give some suggestions and your question? Okay, go ahead, please. No problem, no problem. Go ahead if you want to jump in right now. Okay, cool. We'll take up the question. Thank you, Dr. Amrut. So going forward now, Jay, in terms of, obviously, you've already got the best of analytics. You've set up a startup. You're looking forward to meeting a much better excellence for customer satisfaction. What is the landscape in terms of technologies? Where do we see analytics becoming more disruptive? Is it predictive? Is it forecasting models? Go ahead.
Actually, it's something beyond that. The real question is, today when we speak to people in the market, even the difference between machine learning and AI is not known. Machine learning is actually, it's the first step. It's a rudimentary step of the machine internalizing what your system works like, not looks like, what it works like. And AI is the business of making a recommendation on what it has learned. Frankly, so if we're really looking at the evolution of the landscape in the terms of reference that you made, even a forecasting process, there needs to be some AI on top of it to say how this forecasting needs to become more accurate. So I think one single punchline we are moving ahead with is that AI is about telling every single process, not telling, that's a little harsh and heavy word, but it's about being on top of every single enterprise process and saying how it can be done better or improved. So in a way, it's a renaissance of a knowledge. People always talked of lean manufacturing. There were always so many quality principles. However, the data and the technology as the enabler were not as abundant that time. Now they are aplenty. You just need to know how to apply. And that's the application that we built.
Fantastic. But is there any, let's say, reduction in the time to build, to train the data? Is there, what's happening over there?
Yeah, so that's exactly the space our initial internal experiments and a lot of our research work has catered to. Is that, do we really need to go through the process of data modeling? Okay, do I really need to sit out and say that I need a decision tree, one machine learning technique, I need a decision tree for this and I need a Markov chain for that? Is there something that can subsume all of it, reduce the user's time, shorten the deployment cycles and still go ahead and give a business outcome, right? So we're trying to literally rework everything backwards from here is the business outcome needed, and let's see what technology or algorithm or what process fits for it. Today, every single or most of the products in the market, they come from a technology architecture standpoint. We're trying to come back reverse. We're going to say, here's a business outcome. Let's see how quickly we can get you to it.
Fantastic. Tanmay, I want to jump to you. So, a very interesting comment you made over there in your presentation. There is a start date, but no end date, right? People are fixated on getting the project started, not so much efficient in controlling the project. And I think Niti just mentioned about this unmanaged deluge of data. Any thoughts over there how large organizations, especially TCS, has been taking up a lot of very large global projects, and you are of course inundated with legacy data, you are inundated with the, you are inundated with the structured data, unstructured data. What is the best practice over there to manage huge volumes of data, just like Jay was talking about? Go ahead, please.
I think around the real shift, the mental shift that has happened is that the projects, life cycle of projects has actually become shorter. And most importantly, the focus is from the very beginning moving towards the outcome. Earlier, the mental orientation was, I had this bill of material, I had these ingredients, I had these inputs. And therefore, you were kind of getting lost about, what is it to ultimately result in. I think the mental orientation is in the digital world, you are talking about 3 to 6 months at the most of projects which have to deliver outcomes, as compared to, the erstwhile traditional life cycle of projects which would go for 12 to 18 to 24 months. And the most important shift is the end goal is always in focus. So once you have the outcomes, which are definitive, which are quantified, which are time-bound, then it will definitely put a stranglehold on this open-endedness that we used to have traditional projects go through.
Very interesting. So Niti, I want to jump back to you. So industrial organizations have a challenge in the sense that a lot of their structural projects have to run as projects, but the IT ones can be jump-started through various models. Is the challenge over there that you cannot separate the two? Can't you go on an outcome-based model for data and digital and leave the rest as project and economic? Or are they necessarily combined together?
Yeah, but we are there to solve a business problem, right?
Okay.
We're not there to just build tech. What use is that tech if it doesn't solve the problem? So to separate them is tough. I'll be honest, I want a meaningful role in the company too. I don't want to just be trying out technology. I want to solve a problem, and I want to make sure that I make business easier for our men on the field, for our people in the back office, for all of it. So I don't think that that it's so easy to separate them, and that's why I feel that our role as technology leaders is not so much only building the tech or finding the tech, but it's more about driving the change management and driving the adoption of the tech.
With your customer base?
Well, for us, for example, it's a B2G business. My customers are my employees actually, my guys who are on the field who never come into the corporate office. So how do they get a flavor of technology and what we're doing for them? It has to be by enabling them with apps on the field which make their work easier.
Great. So very interesting over there. I'd like to move to the last part and I need to wrap up. Sometime back when a company called ServiceNow, all of you know ServiceNow, a large cloud-based solutions company. So when they launched somewhere 2015, 16, 17, we of course had intensive briefings by them, and they brought out this very interesting concept of front office, middle office, back office. So my question here is, let's say in the context of where we live, is the challenge now that we have done very well in the front office and maybe not so good in the middle and back office, therefore we have various challenges? So I'd like to start with you, Hilal. Just a quick take over there. Is this sort of an answer? If you're using digital technologies and you're disproportionately focusing on one of these three, will it create a sort of challenge? By using all the three, better focus, will it help? Quick answer over there.
See, disproportionate by design or disproportionate by need. We have to understand.
By legacy, by...
So I think, while it is good to have a strategy in place, you can't really move forward with your strategy because the business dynamics are changing. The market dynamics are changing. Your internal customer behavior, external customer behavior is changing. I am not saying that you just keep on aligning with that change. You have to have some strategy in place and as per that strategy you are building, but at times you have to be very quicker in your response. And that may lead to a situation wherein your back office may take lead or your front office may take lead.
Very interesting.
So it would be uneven even if it is not by design. This is how I look at it.
Great. Sorry, Tanmay, yourself? Oh, sorry, go ahead.
In my nature, say it doesn't matter front office or back office is working. Actually, all the three are working to enhance customer experience here. So I think all together must work hand in hand and enhance customer experience to grow business. That's my take on it.
Great. I mean, do you feel there's a challenge, one is easier than the other two? Is that a preference, or as Hilal was saying, you have to start somewhere and...
It's a challenge actually to get all the three equally in proportionate, but we have to do it.
Fantastic. So I think I like that answer. It's a challenge to get all the three to work together. Niti, your take? I know cloud isn't a very, may not be a favorite word, but what is your take on these three?
No, cloud is a favorite word.
Okay, fantastic.
Very much so, because all that we are focused now is on platforms and apps for field. And as I said, to make business easier on the field and for our suppliers as well. And we are going with cloud. We haven't done that traditionally, but we're doing it now. But I'd like to answer that question because, I spent 20 years in financial services earlier. It isn't easy to influence customer behavior. It's very difficult to do that actually. It's relatively, well, I'd say it's somewhat relatively more comfortable to influence internal employee behavior. But if you're trying to do anything with the customer, it's very difficult with an external customer.
Correct.
Is what I'm
Correct.
saying. Because their needs and their demands will just change. Competition is doing this, why aren't you? So what's the extra value add that you're bringing? So I think every time you go after this, there has to be a strategic plan saying, now we focus on the external customer, because delivery to the external customer is becoming difficult. In a COVID kind of environment, for instance, branches are closed, all that is shut, so everything has to happen digitally, it's all straight through processing, etc. There has to be a very, very conscious focus on what businesses want, what outcome businesses want. It has to be outcome driven, and then you go after it, and then you put your time and money on it, and management has to have the patience to wait for the outcome.
Absolutely. Very interesting. I'll just have a follow-up on that. Going to you, Jay, just to summarize this, what is your take? What I'm saying is that fundamentally there appears to be a mismatched emphasis through whatever reason, whether it is legacy customer comfort, whether it's technology comfort, but end users typically go either front office, middle office, back office. They either do RPA extensively, or they go, go out of their way to give great customer solutions, don't look at the engagement. I'm saying, is there, by default, a disproportional approach to the three areas?
No, in fact, it's not. It's actually how mature your implementation methodology is.
Yeah.
If you look at enterprise solutions that are already established internationally, especially I'd say look at the SAP ones, there's a distinct implementation methodology. And I believe if there is enough governance on both the sides, that is the party that's implementing the solution, as well as the customer. For example, it's very important for customers right from day one when the implementation starts is to have an internal champion, somebody who's tasked with only one mandate is to ensure that the solution works in the company. There is enough change management. There is enough data availability. All the stakeholders are lined up from time to time. So the more mature the implementation methodology, I think the fruits are there for all the parties to reap. It's just how the whole process is governed.
Fantastic. Tanmay, just jumping to you. So TCS obviously very close to its customers, always evaluates satisfaction. Your thoughts on front office, middle office, back office? Does it work smoothly? Are there challenges? Does it get disproportionate based on whatever number of reasons? Go ahead.
I think in the new age world, the back office is actually almost getting to be extinct. Everything is moving to the front because of the advent of the use of cloud. So when we talk about the traditional superstructures of technology, the brick and mortar back office is disintermediating actually. And of course, everything today is all about a business case justified, driven technology initiative. As Neeti correctly said, it's the business of the customers of the technology that is predominant today, or ought to be. And whoever is not adopting to this prioritization is going to be kind of left behind, because it's that driver that molds the change and also injects the appropriate technology that is required to ultimately achieve that outcome. That's the way it is.
Fantastic. Any other comments, questions from the audience? Yeah, please go ahead. If you can get a mic there for the gentleman. Rahul? Okay, great. Thank you, Tanma.
Thank you.
Yeah, please go ahead.
My question is with Ilal. So, a few days back, Mr. Rahul Bajaj tweeted for Ola and Ather, the EV thing. That raises a good, interesting question that on one side you have a legacy, large manufacturing plant, and the second side you have an EV, new appliances, which has a very different assembly line together. I would say the same applies for the cars as well, where we all know that autonomous car is going to be the new future. With India, especially with so many manufacturing plants in India, where the transformation happen between what big challenges or from technology, what do you think it will change from a legacy cars to autonomous car?
So I'm not very, first of all, thank you so much for your question. I'm not very sure if I could understand the essence of your question correctly. Are you saying that the market is changing, and as a result, where do we see technology is helping the business, or technology is disrupting the business? Could you please come again?
I was asking, definitely there will be a disruption in the technology model. Which are the areas you think will be the most moving towards an autonomous car?
See, I tell you, it is about the coexistence of various business models, and as a result, what one has to do for the sustenance or competitive edge of his business. Say, for example, when I talk about the passenger car business, three phenomena. I am not talking about the autonomous car at the moment, but the used car business, thanks to pandemic, people are not going for public transport. Used car business is actually booming. The shared car business, which was actually booming 2 years back, it is taking a downfall. And the auto OEM, who are actually struggling between the shared car business and the used car business, they are now struggling because of the government policies and because of, say, for example, chip shortage, because of the supply chain related issues. So, what I would say that we will be having a long-term strategy, that is how to take care of these disruptions which are happening in the market, and then continuously keep adjusting ourselves with whatever is happening in the short term in the market, either because of the product, or because of the business, or because of the customer. And as a result, the technology is playing the role of the enabler. So, 2 years back or 3 years back, something like cloud was kind of backbone of my technology or technology related initiative, because something like SAP or Oracle, people have adopted 10 years back, 15 years back. Now, for us to remain competitive in the market and sustain our business model in terms of profitability and in terms of maintaining our customer base and expanding our customer base, we have to take care as to how we can go closer to our customers, how we can understand their behavior and what kind of technology need to be adopted. And for that matter, something like AI or ML that we are talking about in the area of predictive maintenance or in the area of product development, I think these things are taking shape. I hope that I am able to answer your question.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question over here.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, I am Madhav Chaplani, and I have a question for all of in the panel. When ingesting any neo technology or digital technology, how you see and benchmark and giving opportunity to a startup vis-a-vis any established player?
Can I take it up?
Yeah, please go ahead first.
So see, all the initiatives in the company are of different importance. I am not saying that we have to have a startup in the projects which are of least importance. But what we have realized over a period of time that for us today, agility is most important. Flexibility of our partners doing business with us is very, very important. Proof of concept, easy and earliest possible proof of concept is very important. So somebody like a new startup, they are extremely flexible. Their contracts are not that tough and rigid. They can have very quick proof of concept. So if I have to walk into my boardroom and sell one idea with a proof of concept in my hand talking about the outcome of the business, then I can quickly go ahead with the mass rollout. And this is where people are giving lot of importance today for the startup, making them as their partner. So I am extremely open. If there is some concrete business case and proven technology that has given proven result to the customer, and that can be proved for my business case, and not only me, everybody is very much interested. It's not about a startup or a big company. Of course, for some large initiative, we may have very different parameters for decision analysis, wherein we may end up selecting some big partner. But otherwise, I think we are extremely open.
But Mr. Hilal, that is a kind of a chicken and egg story, that having proved anywhere may have a long cycle time. So you have some incubation program, or probably is a
So let me just jump in here. I think Hilal mentioned a very important thing, which is innovative partnership model, correct? Yeah. I think that is a fundamental thing, and that means different things to different people, but I think startups need to look at how to partner, whether it is financial or technology or whichever. Niti, anything you want to say on startups? Because obviously you encounter quite a few of them with energy and microgrid and anything else.
No, sure, we are very, very open to the idea, because we are looking for people who, so we are willing to take those risks as long as they are small calculated risks, to see if these models will work with one tower, second tower, some lines, etc. And if they can be scaled, then I think we are a company which is willing to even invest, to help them scale, because that success will only happen when both people have equal skin in the game.
Great. Does that answer your question a little better? Okay, great. So I'd like to close now, but I just want to give my own personal take on this front office, middle office, back office. So in the Middle East, let's take some example of Dubai. So Dubai smart government decided to automate all citizens-facing services. And clearly, in the front office is a UX in which customers engage. The middle office is the transmission of data right through to the end, and the back office is obviously the accounting and other things like that. The interesting thing they did was, anticipating different successes, they put a dashboard next to every customer service with 3 smileys. Okay, so automatically, if you are sitting for a long time, you know which button you will press, and you know if you're going to get a fast throughput, which button you will press. And they changed that into, many of you might be knowing, making Dubai the happiest city in the world. So happiness, efficiency, what I see is integration of front, middle and back. There were so many challenges. The UX, because many of these citizen services are complex, and they, you can't design the UX as piecemeal. They had to redesign. But I think that was a good engagement. Another good example I see today is the Air Suvidha portal. I think that's a pretty recent portal. It's a fantastic portal in the sense that it captures the UX very well. It does the customer engagement in terms of giving the automated email and all pretty well. But when you go to the middle office and back office and the fulfillment, there's nothing, right? So obviously the challenge lies that in any type of service, what my take is just that these 3 parts should be as excellent as they can. I think that is what most of you have been saying, if I'm not right about that. So with that, I'd like to thank all the panelists, absolutely great. Hilal Khan from Honda Car India, Dr. Deepak from Paygate India, Niti Wahi from Sterlite Power, and Jay Borg at M76 Analytics. Thank you for the engagement. Thank you very much, audience. And with that, we close.
Thank you, Mr. Shankar. Thank you, panelists. May I now request Mr. Arun Shankar to please present our token of appreciation to all the speakers. Okay. Now I would like to call upon stage Tanmay Chakrabarti, Group Government Affairs Officer, Tata Sons Private Limited. Sir, आप दे दो ना. Let's have a group photo, please. Group photograph. आप चाहते क्यों नहीं हो फोटोग्राफ के लिए? फोटोग्राफ के लिए सर आज भी मैंने आपको नहीं कहा आगे थे. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, sir. Now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Pramod Agarwal, CTO Automation Anywhere, to speak on emergence of transformation CIO.
The main advice news reporters have been able to get from official sources is to tell private citizens to stay inside their homes. Please.
Hello. Now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Anshuman Jyoti Prakash, Group Project Head. Please join us.
Thank you, Deepika. There's a short change in the plan, and we are doing with one of the awards for one of the person who is he got some emergencies to leave, and we'll be continuing with the remaining set of awards after the short discussion. So in the legend category, to give the award, I call upon Mr. Sibal to join us for giving the trophy, please. So on the legend category, we have Mr. Alok Khanna, Executive Director, Indian Oil Corporation Limited, Refineries Headquarters. Can we have a huge round of applause for this? Thank you, sir. So now I hand over Ms. Deepika to hand the remaining procedure. Thank you.
Let's move on to our final panel discussion of the day. I would like to call upon stage Pramod Agarwal, CTO, Automation Anywhere, to speak on emergence of transformational CIO.
Good afternoon, and I think these lights are right in the face. How are you managing it? It's okay for you? Okay. Hi. Hi, is everybody awake? Hi. Oh, people in the back? Everybody's there. Okay, all right. Okay, so I think this is the last session for the day, and happy to see many of you are still around. And I will do a sort of a 10-minute context setting, if you will, and then I have two very esteemed professionals with me to talk more about what it really means to play the role of CIO on the field today. So Automation Anywhere, we are an Indian heritage software company based out of San Jose, California. We've been around for about 15 years, category pioneer in this category of robotic process automation. So these are not the robots that have the physical shape, these are software robots that automate the routine work that the employees are doing day in and day out. Founded about 15 years ago, and about 2 years ago we raised about, I think, $500 million at a valuation of $6.8 billion. So huge momentum from the investors as well as the customers, and I'm happy to report that many of the customers that I met today are using the software and are scaling with our software. And many customers have hundreds to thousands of software robots that are helping them in this sort of very difficult period of pandemic in achieving higher levels of business continuity with our software. And also, I think it is helping improve their employees' productivity and help them do more with the software. So as we talk about this transformational CIO, it reminded me of this quote by Klaus Schwab is at the World Economic Forum in 2016. And he talked about the first industrial revolution, second, and then the third. And I think a lot of the audience in the room today has gone through this third revolution where they digitized a lot of their systems and processes. And it is on this third wave of digitization and revolution that this fourth wave is built, right? And this fourth wave is about technologies. I think since morning we've been talking about artificial intelligence, blockchain, robotics, 3D printing, and what have you, right? So all kinds of digital and next generation technologies are coming together to help with how do you transform the business to the next stage. And I think for a technology-minded person like me and you in this audience, there can be nothing better. So I think truly the time to be a CIO is today, right? In one of the Gartner surveys, they found that of the 2,000 global CIOs, they said 76% of the CIOs reported they reported demand for higher levels of digital products and services in 2020, and even better than that, 83% of them expected even higher levels of demands on their jobs in 2021, right? While it can be stressful, but I think it is for the first time in the history of this role, which existed for 25 years, that it has become truly imperative and transformational and key to the organizational growth. And then I read another survey which said that a third of the digital transformation projects are actually being led by the CIOs. And a CIO role actually beat the CEO and the CDO role by 10 percentage points in being the driver of the digital transformation. So I think it is a great time to be CIO, but I think it's an even greater time to be a transformational CIO. And as we look at this, I think there are three things, though of course I think you guys are dealing with a lot more than three, but I feel there are three specific things that we need to understand about, which are about people, about this very fragmented application landscape that you've been dealing with, which is, some of which is, I think, is a legacy of the last 30 to 40 years of digitization. And then the third one is obviously the data delusion. I think these three are the key challenges today that we have to meet if we have to get to be the real deliverer of the transformation that the organizations want of our roles. So in one of the surveys that we did about a year and a half ago, just before pandemic, we talked to about 10,500 employees across 19 odd countries, and we had them talk about what were their sort of least liked part of the job, right? And then they listed a bunch of things, and we found that across industries, these are beginning to the mid-level, mid-career people, they're talking about 2 to 4 hours of their day going into this, being a digital admin, right? Not really doing anything productive. And I think this is very meaningful data, because as you think about how do you take the organization to the higher levels of productivity, I think you have to take this work out, right? The second thing that I think many of you may have heard is there is this something going on called the Great Resignation Wave. And in one of the studies that was published by Microsoft, I think they reported that 41% of the employees are considering switching their job, right? And that can be pretty destabilizing for a company if 41% of their employees are considering switching their jobs. And salary is not the only factor, right? It's the factors like salary, job satisfaction, and other things. And what should you do, right? How do you counter this employee morale and employee motivation? And I think one of the aspects of an employee job is taking away this mundane part of the job. How do you engage the employee back into the job that they're supposed to be doing, right? And I'll take a very small example of, let's say, a contact center agent. The call center and the contact center industry, from hospitality, insurance, BFSI, is really undergoing transformation today. And this transformation is being led by the fact that the contact center can be a very important vehicle for you to understand your customers, right? So rather than a contact center agent working most of the time on accessing information, delivering the information to the customer on the phone, if the robots can help this person get that information, then this person can be much better engaged with the customer and can actually understand what the customer is looking for. And I think if you give tools like this to your employees, then I think you can drive them to higher level satisfaction while taking away some of this mundane work that they do day in and day out. The other factor with respect to people, whether it's employees and customers, that is changing is, if you look at the people who have been born, say millennials and the Gen Zs, they're very adept in using digital tools, and they have become not just the consumers, but they're also the creator of the technology, right? So what used to happen maybe 15 years ago with people were creating websites using programmers, and now anybody can create websites. Similarly, the millennials and especially Gen Zs, and by 2025, 50% or more of the workforce is going to be these people. They're very digitally savvy, and therefore there's a huge opportunity to bring them into the creator side, not on the consumer side of your digital technology from an enterprise perspective. And I think that can unleash huge wave of productivity and collaboration within your enterprises. The last thing that I saw with respect to people in the last year and a half is all sorts of hesitation in using digital went away from every stakeholder in a process, whether it's an employee, a supplier, a customer, whoever, right? My own mother now prefers to shop over Amazon than going to the retail store, right? And she's 79-year-old, never went to school, right? So that's how the mindset has changed. And I think we have a unique opportunity here that now that every stakeholder trusts these computer systems as the first media of interaction with a business or a process, that we use this trust and then we use this habit of digital which is forming today in transforming our businesses and delivering what the customers and our stakeholders are really looking for. And I think the two other things that I talked about one was the fragmented application landscape and the data. I think in your organizations you would easily relate to this, that any large enterprise typically has hundreds if not thousands of business applications, right? And they are being used to deliver a variety of business processes, and these applications and system of records like Oracles and SAPs or Microsofts, they've been built over last 3 to 4 decades, and they contain very useful information in the right dimensions and the right abstraction of the business process or the knowledge that the organization has, and you cannot really take it away, right? So what you really want to do is, if a process takes, and I think the animation didn't play out, so what's happening here is, if you look at the animation, is that a variety of cloud and on-prem systems that are essentially best of breed systems, they are being used by the human beings which are working with collaboration tools like Microsoft Excel or emails or a variety of other things or websites, and they're all coming together to give you the process that you need, right? And this orchestration is what the human has learned to do to cater to the demands of the business process that they've been tasked to do, right? And it typically creates frictions in how do you deliver that superior experience, and then it's also harder to manipulate and transform into other shapes, right? And I'll talk about those other shapes later, but if you have to be truly agile as a business, as an organization in delivering to your emerging needs of your customers or stakeholders, then you really need something more agile than a human intermediated process working across these silos of systems, right? The other thing that this picture kind of reveals is that data is coming in from each of these applications, right? And this data is also siloed. And the applications are siloed and the data is also siloed, right? And you really need all this data to become useful to the enterprise, right? Because this data will form part of how do you make decisions on a customer experience, a supplier experience, an employee experience. But today the situation that this presents is that you really have to go create very, very large multi-million-dollar projects if you want to bring this data into the shape which is very meaningful to your end process and user, right? Now, how do you change that, right? So this is where we like to talk about robotic process automation and the intelligent robotic process automation as a way to deal with this problem, where if you can think about automating parts of these journeys, if you will, with the help of the bots, then the first immediate thing that will happen is it will shrink your SLA for the process significantly from, in this case, we are saying 30 days to 5 days, but in many cases that we are looking at, like airline ticket cancellation, which became a huge thing during pandemic, that we really shrank that whole time, and we really shrank the frustration of the customer in canceling a ticket and getting a refund on time. And I think this helped in this case. This is a real airline example that I'm taking. It really helped build that trust with that airline, right? And when you build loyal customers and loyal, trustworthy customers, you know the concept of lifetime value of a customer, right? You really catch on to that, and then you have customer for life, right? And if you imagine your digital experiences correctly and transform your business processes, you have this ability to deliver these experiences with today's technology that exists already, and really become a transformation driver in your business. There are many other examples. If you look at for example, a very simple thing like accounts payable automation, right? Accounts payable process has remained the same. But still, you have problems like fraud, you have problems like duplicate invoices, you have problems like the payments getting delayed to a vendor, and therefore it results in poorer relationship with the vendor. Now, if you think about automating an AP process today, you will think about an end-to-end automation, like Mr. Kohli talked about in the morning, where you really want a touchless process end-to-end, right? Where the invoices are getting processed through, say, cognitive technology, like we have something called IQBot. And then once you get information out of this paper, you're able to process that with the help of AI to detect duplicate invoices, do things like three-way invoice matching, two-way matching, do fraud detection. And then once you're satisfied, you can then pump it into some kind of an auditing system to do freight rate audit or other kind of audits, and then pump it into your system of record. And once you do that, I think you have an end-to-end fully digitized process, which is very, which can help reduce errors in making payments to the vendor, and then it can help improve vendor relationships. So I think if you look at the KPIs from the perspective of improving vendor relationships, getting better discounts from the vendor, getting more timely deliveries because of this better relationship that you're delivering with the vendors, getting better discounts, I think those are the right KPIs for a digitally transformed business. And I think this is where the automation and AI working together can really help the businesses. So how do you then have a system to help you do that, right? And at Automation Anywhere, since I work for them, let me talk about our stack, where we have a fully cloud-enabled platform which works with a variety of cloud services that are vendors like Google and Microsoft are putting out there. And then being on the cloud, you can deploy our platform in a matter of days, and you can start running automations on your software by the software using our automation tools, right? And when you look at the pipeline of automation, we're really talking about starting from discovering what to automate using something called Discovery Bot here. And once you have discovered what to automate across, say, for example, if you have a pool of accounts receivable clerks or AP clerks, they are doing a job in a certain way, or contact center agents handling jobs in a particular way, you really want to get insights into what is the right way of delivering this process for your SLAs, right? And you discover that, you apply the right machine learning techniques, figure out the right steps to automate, and if there are any steps which are document related, then you can digitize those using cognitive technologies like IQBot. Then you can use the automation toolkit that we have to build automation bots. And then once you have automated, one important thing that happens as you do this automation is you're capturing a lot of tribal knowledge, if you will, about a process and how you're delivering those customer outcomes through manual processes in a very systematic way. And as this knowledge gets documented, it has a benefit of essentially benchmarking your process that can then set you up for transforming that process and improving your SLAs, right? And this is where tools like Bot Insights come into play, where you can analyze, because you have digitized and automated, now everything has a digital footprint. And you can use that data to then optimize your process and the SLAs, which can be helpful in making you more competitive. So one example that I like to give here from a competitive perspective in BFSI sector especially, if you look at insurance claims filing, right? Insurance claims filing can be a very, very complicated process and is usually the key driver for somebody to change their insurance policy, because your claims are not being serviced in a timely manner. And today, with the technology like I've described today, you can build your systems in a with a very similar risk profile, because as an insurance company, it's very important to you that you're not paying out fraudulent claims. That the claims that you're servicing are being serviced with the right level of authenticity and approval. And you can use these AI and automation technologies to reduce your claims payout time while maintaining the same level of risk in the payout ratios. And that can be a transformation driver for an insurance company, because now your cost of servicing insurance is the same, but you're able to do it much more quickly, and therefore you're getting more customers, right? So automation and AI together, I believe, are a very key catalyst to this transformation journey that I think all of us here in this room want to take. Some of the things that are also I think a side effect of this automation thinking and the AI thinking is with your millennials and the Gen Zs in the workforce, you're really thinking about how do you make your employees' digital talent quotient go higher and higher. And I think if you give them tool sets where they can play with it themselves in creating tools for themselves, I think it helps their engagement with the organization and also builds the digital talent in the company, which I think will be a transformative factor for India in the next 10 to 20 years. Lastly, I think this is a great time to be CIO, and I think while the world is very volatile and the VUCA terminology is very, very popular, I think one thing as business leaders that we can still control is understanding and anticipating our customer needs. And I think when you do that, I think you can take away a bunch of uncertainties, at least around your near to medium term transformation goals, right? And fortunately, I think digital natives and startups are also providing a very unique opportunity to understand how to go after pure digital models in serving your customers. And I think as CIOs of large corporations, there is a unique possibility here where we can get the learnings from these startups and bring this into our large enterprise thinking to say, how do we marry the two to deliver the right customer experience and the right products for our customers. Secondly, like I said, digital tools and platforms are available today to help you realize those digital transformation goals. And even more important than that, I think there is a willingness to change from all stakeholders, whether it is the board, whether it is the customer, whether it is employees or the suppliers. And therefore, I think this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for us, especially in India, to use this confluence of very, very positive factors that are going in our favor and really go get it done. And I think the next 10 to 20 years can really be India's opportunity in offering these new digitally enabled business models, products and services to the world. So with that, I'm going to call upon my esteemed panelists, Dr. Meher and Mr. Ram Kumar Mohan. Thank you. Let's have a round of applause for Mr. Mohan. So I think before we begin, perhaps we can start with introductions. Dr. Meher.
Yeah, I am Dr. Sushil Meher. I am the heading the IT department in AIMS. It is a huge department, and we are around 140 people there working in this department. This department has been working since last 30 years in AIMS. And the objective of the AIMS, and it is not a hospital, it is an institute for giving the educations to the other medical college, giving the higher educations of the international standards, doing the health research in world standards. Another thing is that healthcare, you need a hospital for these three things. So I am looking after the whole infrastructure, applications, IT security, networking, and the business transformations to make AIMS totally in a paperless and filmless. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meher. I think Dr. Meher and AIMS and the whole medical profession deserves a big round of applause for the service they have done during the pandemic period and getting us to the state where we are today. Thank you so much.
Can I demonstrate something?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
So I had promised that we'll give a demo time to Dr. Meher today.
Very simple things, I'll demonstrate it, and you'll find where you have done the mistake during the pandemic time. Very simple things, and you are still using this. Just I have told you, AIMS not doing the healthcare services. AIMS is doing the education and training to the other health workers and researchers. First, when the pandemic has come up, how many have used face masks? I think hardly anybody. How many people know how to use the face mask? And what is the rule for the using the face mask? First up, we have started giving training to the health worker that how to use the face mask. Anyway, I have a face mask on mine. And what is the first thing? You have to remove the one face mask from the packet. Before that, what you have to do it? Anybody can answer it? Before that, what you have to do it? You have to sanitize your hand. How many perform, you tell me? Hardly anybody. First, you have to sanitize your hand properly. How to sanitize the hand? That is also another technique, you should know it. And that is been, you can get all these things in the AIMS website or YouTube also. AIMS has already been put it there. Next one is that how to do the sanitizations, then how to remove. After removing this one, from the packet, you have to remove it in this way. This is an N95 mask, okay. Then you have to push this mask inside your mouth. Many people, because N95 has the different standards, but any other face mask, you do not know whether it is upper side or lower side. So I have seen many people, they use the single-use face mask. They use it opposite way. So put the face mask here. Your hand supposed to be, it should not go inside. Then put your one hand to put inside. That depends on something is two back pad or somebody has one. I have the one, I put it here. Then you have to set it, then put it this one tightly. Because it is N95, it has the standards, that's why it is very easy to do it. But for other face masks, you have to be more careful to do it 3 layers. What do you mean by 3 layers? All these things we have taught to the health workers to use it. If the health workers carry the virus to inside the patients, in that case, all other patients, they will be infectious. And mostly terminal patients, they used to come to AIMS, almost last stage, and we take care of them. And many people, they survive also. So this is my small things, why I am saying it. During the pandemic time, our IT department actively work. We have started education programs. See, not in the face mask, how to use the PPE kit. That is also. How, if the person has to do the CT scan, what are the guidelines supposed to be? What guidelines supposed to be to fill? So, because AIMS has around 14,000 permanent staff, another 7,000 contextual staffs. All has to be trained. So that's why we have put things in our servers. It is given to the each one, demonstrate each one's. Then when see that they are doing the right way, then they are calling for the job. So this is the one step we have done it in the pandemic. I think you have liked it, what I am saying it. Over to.
Thank you. That's a great demonstration, right? And my only connection to AIMS is that when I applied for AIMS admissions, I think they used to take 35 people, and I was number 37, so I missed out going to AIMS, and instead went to Roorkee. So,
sir, one thing I am telling you, ये 35 सीट के लिए 6 लाख स्टूडेंट अपियर करते थे उस टाइम पे.
Not 6 lakhs.
Nearly 6 lakhs.
I thought it was 1 lakh.
Another 1 lakh. Okay. But in the 95, it was around 8 to 9 lakhs.
Really?
Yeah. Right now, it is 25 lakhs.
So my chances are even poorer, basically.
Means you are very lucky that you have secured at least 37. Your rank is 37. Yeah, you are genius, basically.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Mohan.
Good evening, everyone. So, I work as CIO for an organization called Airworks. Airworks is an aviation MRO. If I have to put it very simply, we manage aircrafts. We, maintain aircrafts. That's what we do. Listening to Dr. Saab, I think working as a CIO for a health institute brings a lot of advantage, it seems. At least he knows how to wear the mask. And given the topic, if you want to become a transformational CEO, I think we need to know first how to wear the mask in COVID times.
Yeah, can I put one thing? Not a single day I have taken leave during the pandemic time. Even Sunday I have worked. I have gone to the COVID ICUs. I have gone to the COVID ward. We have set up 1,000 beds within 7 days of the pandemic. And I am not infected because I have followed the guidelines. When I did not follow the guideline, I was infected. And 1 month back, I was infected COVID positive. So you see, if you follow the strict guidelines, you will not be affected. That is 100%. Thank you.
I think now we'll get back to the main topic of transformational CIOs. I think this is probably a very quick question. So digital innovation and technology changes, and I think the health crisis basically helped reshape a lot of our economies. While all these changes are going on, how did you experience the change in expectations from your stakeholders? We will start with Mr. Mohan.
Well, what I'm going to say, it's not going to be new for many of our friends who are sitting here. We have been talking about the change in CIO role for quite some time. This CIO role becoming Chief Innovation Officer, and there are many different explanations to that. So we have been hearing this for quite some time, and this COVID has accelerate. It's kind of push that change. The way CIO role has changed. It's accelerated CIO role from traditional CIO into a transformational CIO that we all understand how last 2 years we have been as CIO working for the organization. In our case, or in my case, very specifically, I come from aviation engineering organization. It's a 74-year-old organization. So we work on aircraft. The majority manpower is AME, aircraft maintenance engineers. So there is 60–70% of our manpower is AMEs. So we understand engineering, we understand aircraft, and that's what we do. So prior to COVID, for me as an CIO, given the culture and mindset of the organization and the industry, this industry has its own culture. It was a big challenge, to push any technology initiative. But COVID has done a tremendous help for me personally. So now I don't go and talk about technology to my leadership team or to my users. They come and talk to me. That's a change. In the last 2 years, the number of projects that we received from business users, I have a lengthy list. So my job is very safe for next few years in Airworks. So that's a change COVID has done. Starting from my CEO, everyone talks about technology now. In fact, some of the technology that we implemented pre-COVID got adopted during this 2 years' time. When employees were expected to work from home remotely. Without technology, they couldn't do anything. I think that's when the presses started building on them, because they have to deliver and they need support of technology. So everyone started talking about technology, whether you talk about collaboration tool or networking tool. They want to connect, they want to discuss, they want to have everything virtual, virtual meetings, virtual collaboration, everything, it's IT driven. So that's a great change that has happened in our organization. So that has brought a lot of presses, which I'm sure we'll talk about it. But it's an opportunity, as we say that opportunity comes with the risk. COVID has brought that opportunity with presses. Yes, I do have a lot of presses, like all of you, but with a lot of opportunity.
Right on. Dr. Meher, I think we're talking about transformational CIO, but clearly the traditional CIOs did a lot of work, very important work.
Yeah.
How do you define the differences between, or if there are any differences between a traditional CIO and a transformational CIO? Is this just buzzwords, or is there something like this?
No, it is not like that, I see it. Already, AIMS has already worked for the transformation CIO from the day one. Because already I have told you this department already exists more than 35 years. We have all our infrastructure, if you'll say. We have supercomputer in AIMS. You will be surprised for that, because we do a lot of research in the AI in different diseases. The thing is that during the pandemic, the doctors, the authorities are highly IT-enabled people. They understand IT. They talk IT transformations, but they do not accept the IT transformation. This is the problems. And I have tried for a long time, because the last 30 years I'm working in AIMS. I have made many presentations, many examples I have given them. So this is the things, this is the MIT doing, this is the LA people, they are doing it, these are the John Hopkins are doing it. Why not adapt it? And the administration is not ready to accept it, because I want the digital transformations, including automation also. But this is during the pandemic time. I've got an opportunity that mindset has been changed. It is a culture, the working culture. They are used to that culture, because when you talk to a doctor, you have to do it in this way. Why you will writing on the paper? Why not your own smartphone or use the pad? Give me the pad. We have given the pad to them. No, it is very risky that I can't carry the pad always. When I'll put there, it may be a theft somewhere. But when the pandemic has come up, they don't want to use the paper, they want to use the pad, because pad is very easy to sanitize it. This is the culture, it has been changed. Second thing is that, this is also both the way it is, the cultural changes what I have told you. When you will go to a doctor, you want to see personally, not virtually. Majority people, they want that if you want to meet a doctor, you have to meet physically. But these COVID times, it is given an opportunity that virtually they can be connected and they take the consultations. This is the transformations we have already it has been in the place, but opportunity has given us to enable this transformation during the COVID time. Thank you.
I think this whole pandemic-led change of mindset has really made everybody think about transformations. And I think that's been the driver for some of this change of role that has suddenly happened. And I think the key point that I learned from you was that I think transformation is about leadership. It's about not delivering on projects, but being a partner to the business in delivering on what the business really wants. And even, I think, having your stake in where the business should go based on how you are seeing the technology transform itself. Mr. Mohan,
can I add
yeah,
to this traditional transformational CIO role? I think if you have to define it very simply, the traditional CIO was more tech-centric, whereas the new transformational CIO is business-centric. I think that's a change that has happened. So the transformational CIO focus more on and gives more attention to business, product, service, customer's experience. I remember the well-known CIO, Tim Crawford, mentioned about this transformational CIO in one of his book. He said that the transformational CIO is a business leader first, that has responsibility for technology. That's a change. They are aligned closely with the CEO, rest of the C-suite, and objectives of the board of directors. So they looking for ways to bring technology to the forefront. And in this, he also listed down some 10 characteristics of the traditional CIO versus transformational CIO. It's a very interesting one. If time permits, we can discuss. But yeah.
So let me press you a little bit further on that. How has that changed your day-to-day or week-to-week activities?
For me, as I said in the beginning, as a CIO, my role and focus was to take care of technology earlier. But it has changed. To give you one example, today morning I came to attend this conference and there was a meeting planned at 12 o'clock. CEO strategic team with one of our prospective partner. It's a pure business discussion, strategy discussion. And I was called to be part of that discussion. I did not actually play any role in that meeting, in the discussion, but then the change as this COVID has brought, the management understand that CIO needs to be part of the initial strategy meeting, not in the later stage. Okay, everything is done, discussed. Now we need the role of technology, let's call CIO. No. In the initial discussion itself, CIO is involved. So that's a change that I see in my role.
Wonderful. So you talked a little bit about virtualization, meetings and collaboration tools and all of that. Do you want to talk a little bit more about how you're seeing the workplace change with remote and hybrid and how you're managing that change? Because I think in one way, getting into the lockdown was easy because marta kya na karta and you just have to go home and work from home. But now things are changing. How are you thinking about this as a CIO, about how will you handle this new workplace?
I think given to the industry where we are working, the aviation MRO, we cannot work from home. The need of the business is employee needs to come to office. Not everyone, IT can still work from home, but then majority workforce needs to come to office to work on the aircraft. We cannot expect AME sitting at home and do the service on the aircraft. So when the pandemic hit us, for first 1 or 2 months, yes, we were all trying to work from home. But then from June onwards, we are back to office. So I've been going to office from last June. So for us, there is no change in the way we work. We all come to office and work. However, the mindset of the employees, the users have changed, right? Pre-COVID, nobody would be interested to use Microsoft Teams. But today, without Teams, they cannot work. Team is one such tool that consumes most of our bandwidth, and everyone is on Team. Though they all come to office, but the way they connect with colleagues and external parties is through Team. So that's a change. So yes, though we are not working from home, but definitely a lot of change has happened in the last 18 months. I've been enjoying that change, to be very honest, because it's been very good experience for me to push technology and the way technology got adopted. There's a lot of work and team is busy and team is growing. So from IT side, yes, it has been a fantastic time.
I think next year I'm going to ask you how has that productively changed the organization?
Yes, I would answer that.
Dr. Meher, this digital healthcare is being talked about quite a lot, telemedicine, and I think technology is now everywhere in the industry. How do you see this changing going forward?
Yeah.
Not out of sort of the pressure of the pandemic, but because there's naturally an acceptance of technology in the sector now.
Yeah. Just I have told you, because we get the very terminal patients, very critical patients, very odd diagnostic patients. And our team they have to work on it. During the pandemic times, government guideline has come up, we have to reduce this much of manpower. And just one example I am giving it. One person has been diagnosed as a brain tumor. And it is already been a highly malignant tumors and immediate has to be done surgery. And major OTs are closed down due to the pandemic. And it has to be restarted and you have to work on it. The hospital is not working in 100% load. So you have to reduce some loads, but you have to give the priority to the patients who are really need, otherwise they may lose their life or any organs. So in these cases, what is that we have done the screening online, teleconsultation, we have started it, because most all the patients, they have their mobile numbers with us. And we have contacted them, we have done the teleconsultations, and we have found that those who are really need it, means this tumor will first attack your eye, you will be blind. So you have called them, you have done all the test investigations, you have performed the surgery. And this is the one of the success story I'm talking about it. After doing a lot of things also, whole departments, whole neurosurgery departments, they are COVID positive one. So for these cases, what we have done it, next time we have done it, we have kept it 3 batches of peoples. When one batch is COVID positive, or someone of the COVID positive, whole batches will be quarantined. So the second batch it will come up, and they will work for you. When the second batches, if they find they are COVID positives, then third. And when the third is COVID positive, then number 1 will be again active. In these patterns we have done it, but we have started a lot of teleconsultations, because most of the people, they are terminal patients, talking about the cancer, their radiotherapy has to be done in particular time, otherwise the tumor will be grow up. You have to do the chemotherapy, that is also on time, otherwise the tumor will go up. So we are constantly talking to the people, because their clinical records in the digital form, it is available to the doctors. Their mobile number is there. We have apps developed during the COVID time in-house, and we have sent to them, they have installed it, they have talked to us. And we have given the consultation to them. During the pandemic times, we are very fortunate that we have get the guidelines of the teleconsultations with the patients. So this is one of the things we have done it. Another things we have done it, those who are coming to the hospitals, we have done the screening through telemedicine, whether you need to come or you do not require to come. So through teleconsultations, we have screened the patients. Those who are required to come physically, in that cases, we have called them. At that times, we have some guidelines, we have defined it, that remotely you have to tell us your history right now, whether you have a body ache, whether you have a fever, whether you have a nausea, and whatever it is. After taking this one, then we are permitting them to come inside meet the doctor. So this is the one thing we have done it. Another ones we have done it, offline teleconsultations. Offline teleconsultation means you do the test at your place, upload your reports to the AIMS site through our apps. Then the doctors will see it. Again, they'll give the consultations and they'll prescribe the medicines, or they can ask to visit the hospitals. So these are the things we have done it during the COVID times, and still we are continuing the same things. Thank you.
I think this can have very positive impact in improving patient care.
Yeah, the acceptance has very come up. Earlier I have told you, the patient was not interested because they want to meet the doctors physically. Right now, they are saying, no, we don't want to come. Is it possible to have teleconsultations? Yes. Yeah.
Well, I was able to persuade my mother to go through a teleconsultation. That was a big win for me.
See, one thing we are coming up with this, the geriatric care, because the old age care. And our hospital is very crowded.
Yeah.
So that what we want, please register in our AIMS. Once you have to visit it, whole medical checkup will be done. After that, virtually you take the consultations. Because in old age, you have hypertension, you have a UTI, you have high blood sugars, and all these things, the standards old age disease is there. So that can be remotely monitored and they can be done.
I think a lesson probably here to learn is that don't take things for granted with respect to human behaviors. They are susceptible to change.
Sir, one thing I'm talking about it, this COVID given us in the healthcare domain, say, opportunity to use the technology. Otherwise, they did not ready to accept the technology.
Right.
Because the one profession, openly I'm saying that, they are very arrogant, that is doctor. They do not listen to anybody. Thank you.
Mr. Mohan, maybe shifting gear to more B2B kind of manufacturing firm that you're coming from. How are you seeing beyond IT, technologies like operational technology, sensors, how are they sort of changing the way you are delivering outcomes to your customers?
I think this OT, convergence of OT and IT, we have seen this happening in manufacturing industry and other industry. For us in aviation, though it has come a little late, but yes, I'm sure some of you would have heard about connected aircraft. So OEMs are focusing on producing connected aircraft. So the aircraft that are produced now has more sensors, more IoT enabled devices. So that's how the change is happening to the aircraft. So when the aircraft has more connected devices, it produces more data, so that would help us to switch our maintenance method from more of a scheduled maintenance to preventive or prescriptive maintenance. So that's a change is already happening. OEMs like Airbus and Boeing both are investing a lot in big data and machine learning to use this data and predict and prevent the accidents or even the maintenance required. For us, the MR industry, I think the recent implementation we have done is IoT-enabled IATM, the Intelligent Asset Tracking solution that we have implemented, because for MRO, the assets or the tools, the equipments that we use to service the aircraft, it's our costly equipment. So we wanted to manage them using IoT. So that's the implementation we have done very recently. So it is again cloud-based IoT, and then we are pushing data to cloud and then see what is the condition of tool and where tool is available, which location or which engineer. So all those things are now monitored and tracked using this IoT implementation. We are also looking at extending this solution to other areas. In addition to OT, yes, there are other technologies that we are working on, whether it's 3D printing or AR, VR, and drones. So those are all technology transformation that is taking place in Airworks.
One thing that when I was working for GE, I learned that this whole data that's coming in from sensors from the lifetime of the equipment can then also inform product design, because the product design and manufacturing with 3D and other technologies is fundamentally changing the way you're building the products, and because of this new manufacturing techniques like 3D printing, you can fundamentally do things as physics dictates rather than dictated by the old manufacturing techniques. And this really then sort of what you're saying and what Dr. Meher said, I think this availability of data through the whole chain of production, post-production can change the whole value chain, starting from the design and the build process. I think truly I think that's a transformation opportunity as a CIO to help inform the business leaders to say, now you can do much more than what you could possibly think about. Everything can be questioned, whether it is a patient behavior, whether it's an equipment design, a component design, a manufacturing practice. Everything is up for challenge and up for grabs now.
Yeah, that's true. Just to add to what you mentioned, is data plays a very important role. And very recently, we launched industry-first analytic tool, which tells our customer what is the status quo of their aircraft when the aircraft comes for maintenance. So whether about tools requirement, the number of tasks completed on the aircraft, so everything this analytics platform or tool that we have developed can tell, not only to customer, even to management and all the business leaders. Sitting at their place, they can find out what is the condition of the check. So yes, data is
in the morning, Vineet Goenka talked about telling passengers when the train is arriving. You're telling your customers when the plane is going to go out of your workshop.
Yes.
Excellent. I think this is fantastic to learn so much about digital from you guys. And the last, to sum it up in the interest of time, because we're getting close to 5 o'clock, is it looks like there is a consensus on the business part of the leader's role in a CIO's evolving deliverables and charters. Is there anything that you would disagree with here? Because there is a consensus. What would you like to disagree with?
I don't think so. I want to disagree here. No.
Would you like your old job back?
No, I don't disagree.
Yeah. Why feel? Because my domain is a little different. Because the guidelines or your any government guidelines is coming up. Another one, it is that ethical issues in healthcare. Whether this guideline is comply or not, that is different, but when ethical issues has come up, it has a different guideline. Means there is no guideline is there. In that cases, transmission fails. In that you can't say that it is what it happens. Because when you take a teleconsultations, other side is he can speak Tamils, he can speak Telugu, or he can speak any other language, and the doctor do not know. If you take any tools to translate it, in that case it may not be true, and there is no guideline for it. So in that cases, we have to be more careful when we have transformations. You have to be very, very careful in this regard. That is my submission. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think I need to sum up, but I think clearly change is in the air with the pandemic-induced behaviors. And I think post-pandemic, I think we really have a responsibility as a technology community to deliver what India and what our companies asks us of. So with that, I think we're going to sum up the session. And thank you so much for the opportunity. It was a great discussion.
Most
thank you,
welcome,
guys.
sir. Thank you so much, everyone, for your words of wisdom. And now I would like to call upon stage Mr. Arun Shankar to please come on the stage and present some mementos to our speakers. And now, we now move to the much awaited CIO awards in 3 different categories, namely Leader, Master and Legend. And for that, I would like to call upon stage my partner, Mr. Anshuman, project manager to continue the award ceremony. यहीं पे खड़े रहो.
Good evening. The much awaited time has come for the closing of the event, CIO 200. So we now sum up for the award ceremony. To present the first set of award in the leader category, I call upon Mr. Ronak Samantrai, CEO, GC Media Group. On the first, in the leader category, the first award goes to Gaurav Vyas, Head IT, Jackson Vision. So, I think so he's not in the auditorium. Anyways, forward moving, we have the second nominee as Kishore Gojia in the leader category, Head IT, CMS Hospital Private Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause? The third, we have Mr. Pradeep More from Shiko India Private Limited in the leader category as IT Manager. That's with the leader category. Thank you, Mr. Ronak. Please have a seat. So for the next set of award in the category of Masters, I call upon Mr. Arun Shankar, Chief Editor, Business Transformation of GC Media Group. Please. With the first name in the Master category, the award goes to Amit Kumar, Group Head IT IS Application from Prestine Group of Companies. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Amit Kumar? Second in the row, we have Dr. Chitranjan Kesari in the Master category, CIO and IT Head of Ahuja Hive Limited, Fosun Group. I think so, it's not present. Let's move on to the third nominee, Gaurav Vij in the Master category of Chief Information Officer from Steke Abbott Solution Private Limited. Last in the category of Masters, we have Mr. Yogesh Kumar, Head of IT and Business Application and CISO, Tata Advanced System Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Yogesh Kumar? Thank you, Mr. Arun Shankar. Please have a seat. Now, the most awaited in the legend category, there's a long list, and to begin off, I call upon, for the first set, I call upon Mr. Sandeep Sibal, Executive Director, President, International Affairs, GC Media, to felicitate the nominees. First, in the name of legend category, we have Abhishek Agarwal, Head IT, Chief General Manager, Energy Efficient Service Limited. Can you have a huge round of applause for Mr. Abhishek Agarwal from Energy Efficiency Service Limited? The next name what we have heard is Ajit Singh Nahawal in the legend category as Head Information Technology from Mahindra CIO Automobile Limited. We move on to the next. We have third in the name Amrut Urked in the legend category as CIO and Corporate HR Shubhalakshmi Polyester Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause, Mr. Amrut Urked? Following to that, we have next Mr. Anand Sinha in the legend category, CIO, Director IT, OCS Group Limited. Next we have from Siemens India Software Private Limited, Mr. Anup Sood in the legend category as IT Director. Mr. Anup Sood. Okay. Next we have from Vasai Vikas Sahari Bank Limited, Mr. Bhaskar Rao in the legend category as Assistant General Manager IT. Next we have Mr. Deepak Kalambakar from legend category in as designed as VP Infosys from Paygate India Private and Limited Cepex. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Deepak? Next we have from the name itself, All India Institute of Medical Science. Any guesses? Dr. Sushil Kumar Meher in the legend category, Head Health IT. Following to Mr. Meher, we have Golak Kumar Simli in the legend category as Chief Technology Officer, Passport Seva, Ministry of External Affairs. I think so, it's not present. So let's move on to the next. Hegde Subbarao from in the legend category of as designed as CTO and CMO from Hosabala Agro Producer Company Limited, HPCL. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Subbarao? Thank you, Mr. Sandeep ji, to felicitate the nominees with the first set of awards. Moving down to the second set of award, I would like to call upon Mr. Suvendu Parth, Group Editor, GC Media Group, India Edition. Please, sir. Starting with the second set of category, in the legend, we have Mr. Hilal Khan, VP and Operating Head, Information Technology, Honda Cars India Private Limited. Mr. Hilal Khan, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Hilal Khan? Next we have Mr. Krishnamurthy Rajesh in the legend category, designation as Head Information Technology, ICRA Limited. Mr. Krishnamurthy. Next we have Mr. Lalit Trivedi, Head IT and CISO and ITI Asset Management Limited. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Lalit Trivedi, please? Next we have Nikhil Kumar Nigam from Amity Educational Group, Associated Director Technologies. Mr. Nigam. Next in the line we have Mr. Rajiv Khede, Vice President Global Information Technology from Sigma Electric Manufacturing Corporation. Okay, we move on to the next. We have Mr. Ramkumar Mohan from a CIO from Airworks India Engineering Private Limited. Mr. Ramkumar Mohan, can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Ramkumar Mohan? Next we have Mr. Salim Syed. Okay, next we move forward to, in the legend category, from Oriental Rubber Industry Private Limited, Mr. Sanjay Singh Gehlot as Head IT India and South Africa. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Sanjay Singh Gehlot, please? Next in the line we have Mr. Celestin Thomas. Okay, we move on to the next. We have Sajay Thomas as the Regional Head of Technology Asia Pacific from Technicolors. Mr. Sajay Thomas. Then we have Mr. Sunil Pandey.
as the Director of IT of Institute of Technology Science, Ghaziabad. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Sunil Pandey? Next we have Mr. Sunil Sonere. Do we have him? Okay. The last award that in the legend category goes to Yogesh Dhadke. Is he present? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shubhendu. So I request all the winners to please quickly come up to the stage for a group photo. And I congratulate you all the winners on behalf of GC Media being selected in the legend category, masters category and the leader category. AV, can we have some musics? And the camera persons, can we fix up for a quick photo? So I think so we all should stand. Yes.
Congratulations to all the winners.
A quick announcement for the trophies those received. You can collect the boxes after the event. With this note, I am signing off and I am heading over to Ms. Deepika.
Thank you, Anshuman. Congratulations to all the winners. I give it to your hard work and dedication. You truly deserve it. Okay. May I now call upon stage Mr. Shubhendu Parth, Group Editor, GEC Media Group, to deliver his thank you note.
Thank you, Deepika, and many thanks to all of you who came in today, spent the whole day here to mark the beginning of the journey that we have started for India and Asia with the launch of the Business Transformation Magazine, Asia edition today. A big thank you to all our sponsors who supported us for the event. A lot of thanks to Ronak and Arun for flying in from Dubai for this particular event, though it was an early morning flight and still they spent a lot of the entire day planning and overseeing the execution. A big thank you to Sibalji. Thanks a lot for standing us all the time, being and guiding us through this journey to make this happen. And of course, and thanks to all of you. And I just want to remind you that today is a very important and transformational day. If you recall, 5 years back, 8th November, 8 p.m., the demonetization has happened. And we can debate about the merits and demerits, and that's beyond the point. But that's transformational in the sense that it changed the entire way the payment system, the banking system works in India. And that changed the entire way business operates in India. So we have begun the transformational journey for the magazine for the GC group in India and Asia. today from here, and thanks for being us with. Thank you very much. Thanks. And just one more announcement, we have the teas and coffee, and please join us for tea, coffee, and before we part ways, and hopefully we'll see each other again in the in-person meeting. The boxes for the trophy, please collect it from the registration desk.
Fantastic sir, हो गया हाँ fantastic sir आजा let's have a group picture. You just let's have a group picture. Anshu, come here quick.